Okay, I think I am live. I would love it if somebody could type in the chat whether they can see me and hear me. Can I even see the chat from where I am? Maybe. Right, okay. This is quite discombobulating because I can't see the chat box unless I actually open the link and look at myself, which I don't want to do. But fuck, you're all here. This is amazing. Okay. Lots of people. How am I going to fix this? What's this about? Sorry. I've had to be my own tech support, which is daunting, but I have done it, so that's good. Go live. Manage. Okay, I found the chat. All right. Okay. So I'm going to close that for a second. Good grief. There are so many of you. I'm sorry, it's going to take me a while to catch up with what you've all said so far. Hello to all of you. I'm getting a little sip of coffee here. So it's been a while since I've been here. I only realised actually yesterday that it had been 2 years since I'd done a live stream on YouTube, and I was like, okay. So here I am, having sorted out all of my tech stuff in the background. You can all see me and hear me. That's wonderful. So it's just sort of a kind of a check-in. Hello, how are you all? I'm sure quite a lot has changed in the 2 years since I last spoke to you. Oh goodness. Bucharest, Texas. You can hear the rain. Yes, it's pouring at the moment where I am. And there's been some really quite stunning thunder and lightning as well, so there's still the possibility that that may show up, possibly cut the stream off if it cuts the electricity. So just so you know, it is absolutely raining. Oh, Giselle. Do you know, I seem to have been getting about in people's dreams recently. Quite a lot of people have reported to me that I've been tipping up in their dream spaces with them. I think that's cool. I think that's very cool indeed. Hello from the Cotswolds. Oh, hello. Hi from Estonia. That's mint. Thank you, Ty H. Loving the hair. Like, it's a bit darker than I intended it to be. I was actually just going to go for a dark red, and then it came out and it was basically like brownie purple. I don't know. I know we'll go with brownie purple. Oh, there's so many of you. I'm sorry. I would love to say hello to all of you, but I think I literally half of the live stream would be spent with me just reading out lists of names and saying hello to you all. You really are from all over, though. Wow. Brittany, you heard my voice once in a dream. That's really funny. I got a message from someone the other day saying, I saw you in this place. At least I think it was you. You've got a very distinctive voice. I was like, yeah, that's me. That's me. I do have great Leo hair, honestly. It's like a bellwether for my mood. If it's there've been points in my life where my hair's gone very, very flat indeed, and it doesn't matter what I do to it, it goes flat, and you know then that there's something kind of wrong. That's it, Hayley. It'll fade. It will fade because my hair doesn't hold on to dye very well anyway. It'll fade, and then all of those bizarre highlights that I've got will reappear, and I don't know where they've come from, but they're there. Oh, good Lord. Hello, Marion. Good to see you. Look at me live streaming on YouTube. like a YouTuber and everything. So, are you all well? What's been going? I know I haven't really been absent because I have been uploading videos and whatnot, but I feel like we've missed sort of just chatting and seeing how everything is going with you all. Oh, I'm very warm. It's all the energy in the room. Plus, I also put on my fuck around and find out stone, which I mean, last time I wore this, my car blew up. So, Okay, so I mean, I guess we could also turn this into a sort of semi ask me anything as well, because I know there are a lot more people around now than were 2 years ago, the last time I did a live stream. Amazing Frequencies has asked what my take on the astrology of 2025 and how it might play out. I heard it euphemistically referred to as a big compression, and I think that's probably a fairly optimistic take on what it is. I think we should all be prepared for things to be very difficult, but that's okay because we're all strong, right? Carrie, you appear to settled mind. You look very healthy and appear to be getting plenty of sun. Are you at the coast in your new house? I am not. I'm actually really as far away from the coast as it's well, not as it's possible to be, because no, I'm quite far away from the coast. I live in the mountains now, actually. Oh, bless you, Claudia. Thank you so much. Like I say, it's really been a long time since I was here. There were reasons for that. There's been quite a lot going on and all that kind of thing. But, yeah, I'm quite nervous, actually. It's been a while since I've been here. Oh, Hayley, I don't use any skincare at all. It's sunshine. That's it. Just some proper weather. That's all it is. I should just say, actually, I put live stream October 2024, and it was only about 15 minutes ago that I noticed that I'd written live stream 2024, October 2024. And the reason that I'd done that is because obviously I'm kind of balls deep in doing the October readings at the moment, and it was just actually kind of muscle memory that took over, and I just wrote October 2024. That was not at all what I meant to do, so who knows. Kevin, between sun sign and moon sign, I find that sometimes one connects more than the other. Is this normal? Entirely normal, totally normal. There'll be times where you won't feel like you particularly associate much with your sun or your ascendant. It just depends what's being activated at this time. And that's very personal, I think. I mean, I think it is very personal. There have been times where I felt really quite detached from my sun sign, but resonating violently with my ascendant and whatnot. My sun and my moon are the same, so it's kind of difficult to differentiate that. But think about the sun as being who you are at the core, right? It's the expression of your soul, whereas the moon is a bit more like your emotional environment. So there's quite a lot that goes into that. It's how you emotionally connect with the world, but it's also the environment within which you were raised as well. So there are quite a lot of factors that go into it. And at different times, different parts of our chart are stronger than others. So yeah, it's oh goodness, it's just driving on here. Let's have a look. B, any more insight into why August was so mind-bogglingly life-changing? No. I have absolutely no idea, but I do know that it was the month that changed everything. And for me, it was just, I don't know. There were some very unpleasant transits during August, and I really did just keep my head down. And every time something frustrating came up, I just breathed through it. Went, this too shall pass. This too shall pass. It's fine. And actually, it did, and it was fine. I did not feel too aggrieved with anything that occurred for me personally in August. But there were plenty of things which, had I the mind to, I could have been pretty pissed off about. I just didn't have the mind to be pissed off about it. It was just kind of going with the ebb and the flow, you know. Why it was that it changed everything, I don't know, but the energy of October is wild. I mean, if you've watched any of the videos that I've released so far, like I think I've said pretty much in at least 3, 4 and 5, that usually the way that I come up with the titles is to sit down, record the reading, then do the extended, then wander off, come back, go, oh no, I need to come up with a title for this video, put the video on, skip through it until I hear, and then I go, it's that, and I write the title. This month that's not what's happened. The titles are coming in first, and then I've been writing them down before I start recording, and then all of the cards are absolutely aligning with that energy. I mean, whatever it is that is happening in October feels pivotal in a different way to August. Although August changed everything, October feels to me like it may well be the expression of the energy that changed in August. Does that make sense? I think that's what's going on. But every single sign has got big energies coming at them. And it very much depends on what you intend to do with that energy as to whether you get crushed by it or you ride the wave of it, I think. Let's have a look here. Oh, Linny, you're going to photograph the autumn colours. I've been gazing at the autumn colours around me today and actually getting a little bit emotional, and there were leaves on the ground and I got a bit emotional about that. Just a bit emotional about everything. Yes, Giselle, eclipse season is strong. I think we can all feel how strong that is at the moment. Oh, Denise, you were on my last live at Samhain. That's cool as fuck. Hello, Sylvia from Iceland. Oh, thank you, Sonora. Yes, I'm glad that well, normally my daughter would have done this for me, and she moved out and everything now. So sort of when I moved and I set this rig up all by myself, and I was dead impressed with myself. I should mention this to you. So I did a test live stream yesterday morning. One or two of you may have caught it. I think there were about 35 people who just turned up, even though it was called test. Please ignore. Loads of people turned up. So I was telling them about this. I set everything up and I did it so diligently, and then it didn't work. And I was doing my nut. And it turned out that it was a cable, an errant cable that had just spontaneously stopped working. It was a USB extender. It wasn't even a proper cable. So I had to go to the city, buy a new one, and hey presto, everything worked. It was great. So I was very confident. Having set all of that up, I had to reprogram OBS and all that sort of stuff. But I'd stayed away from the streaming software because that's what my daughter did. But I did it all yesterday, so, you know, it's all good. It's all good. Humanity Unlocked podcast. Sagittarius is having a glow up. Yeah, they really are. But then the same could be said for Taurus, and I'm seeing the same for Aries, and I'm seeing the same for Pisces and Aquarius and Libra, actually, who've been having a really shitty time recently. So, like, I'm glad. Everybody seems to be having a bit of a glow up, but it's very specific. I do not think if you do not fall into the subset of people who've been working really fucking hard on themselves for the last few years, I don't think that glow up is happening. I think it would be incorrect to call it a reward, because that's possibly the wrong way to think about it, because what it's been is the systematic removal of obstructions from a native ability to manifest and create the kind of lives that we want for ourselves, whilst also being of service. And one does not arrive at that even as a concept without having done a significant amount of personal work. And we all know that there are many people out there who are not doing their own personal work. So, you know, It's a glow up, yes, but it's also increased responsibility, and it's increased lots of other things as well. But I just don't think it's going to hit as shittily for people who've done their work than for people who haven't, if you know what I mean. So Scorpios 2025, what's in store? Likely the same as is in store for everyone, to be honest. I haven't done 2025 readings. I doubt very much, to be honest, whether I am going to have time to do those before the end of the year. More or less fully booked for personal readings until Christmas. I think I've still got a few slots left in December, but that's it. Then, of course, there is also, creating the monthlies and I'm also trying to do a few other things in the background as well, so I don't think I'm going to get a chance to do those, but you should just be prepared. Be prepared. However that speaks to you, you should be prepared. Hey Patricia, Sag here, enjoy your no bollocks readings. Well, I am a Leo, and I live with a Sag. I birthed a Sag. Two Sages actually. No bollocks is kind of what we do a lot of around here, No, Denise, I've never done a reading on a country before, but there's no reason why such a thing could not be done. It would be perfectly straightforward to do that, actually. I've done readings on houses and things like that before, so it's a thing. Mary Suzanne Garvey, can you share how you came to be so wise and work with the cards? You're an old soul, so maybe just born with the gift. Well, the wisdom I have, if I have any, and I have to say, the older I get, the more convinced I am that I know absolutely nothing. Right? Yeah, that's my mentor slaps me when I say that, and accuses me of being Socratic, and but it is actually correct. The older I get, the less I know, or the more that I realise that I don't know, which I think is probably the better way of putting it. So whatever wisdom that I do have has come through. Quite simply, life experience, which is probably the best way for any wisdom to come through to anyone. I should also probably drop in that I have Neptune in the 12th house, which probably, certainly from what I understand, it's a placement I kind of ignored quite a lot in my chart. But I've been reading up about it a bit more recently, and I'm like, huh. And since I now live more or less on top of my Neptune line, I wonder if there's some sort of activation that's happened there. Anyway, how I came to work with the cards, this is going to sound really, really silly, right? So just bear with me a second. I was bullied into it by my late husband, from the other side of the veil. I'm fairly certain it was him, at least, anyway. When you get messages and they're so loud, and the more you try and ignore them, the shriekier they get. That it was very much one of those kind of situations. So I actually picked up the deck as a result of a conversation that I'd had with my cousin. And I won't bore you, I've told this story many times before, but I started working with it just in my spare time, just wanting to kind of, grind it, as we all do, and learn the meanings and such like. And I got to a point where I felt like I needed someone to tell me whether it really was that subtle as an art, or whether I was missing something really obvious. So I enrolled on a spiritual development course, which is like a 10-week thing in a woman's house in Newcastle. And because one of the sessions was on tarot, and I was like, I'll find out. It will be either it'll show me what I've missed, or it will be it'll be a confirmation that it is that subtle. And it was exactly that. It is that subtle. So I wasn't really missing anything. And I was like, oh, okay, well, that's interesting. And then I got a push to buy a particular deck. Now, I had one deck, had the Waitsmith deck, that was it. And I was getting these big shoves to buy a stack of cards. It happened to be sold by this woman. She had a bookcase in her living room that had like stock that you could buy on it. And it was the Llewellyn Tarot, which I don't happen to have out here at the moment. It was the Llewellyn. And I was like, I'd really like to, but I am so very poor. I can't justify spending £33 on a deck of cards. So I left it, and I came back the next week, and the feeling was so much stronger the second week, and I ignored it again. The third week, I actually almost couldn't hear people talking over the shrieking, and so I capitulated and I bought the deck. And I got it home, and I opened the deck out, and I shuffled, and one card came out, and it was a card that had an image on it that had a particular significance for me personally, which is how I know it was my late husband who was doing the shoving, because it actually related to him, and I had not seen this image. All I'd seen about it was the Wheel of Fortune card on the front, and yeah, I was like, oh, okay, you're talking to me. I need to work with this deck, that's fine. And there was a little bit of peace and quiet for about 2 weeks, and then after that it was, now you have to set up a YouTube channel. And I was like, no, I don't have to do shit, leave me alone. And it got louder and louder and louder and louder, and so to shut the voice up, I set up the YouTube channel, and then I dithered for months and months and months before I uploaded any videos. And again, the shrieking got so loud, I uploaded videos. Basically, I've been told what to do, and I just came and did it. Which is kind of a roundabout way of answering your question, but to sort of come back to the specifics of your question, like, I'm just simply a student of human behaviour, and I guess specifically my own behaviour. And I see patterns a lot. So I just follow the pattern and I see where it takes me, and that's really it. That's all there is. I think I may have been around for a while as well. Not necessarily too old a soul, but definitely older. Thing. Let's have a look. Oh goodness. Oh, thank you very much, Christy. There's some I'm sorry, people have stuck lozenges up and I've missed them. Corey, hi from a Taurus who always feels seen and understood in your very insightful readings. Thank you so much, that is really sweet of you. And I'm just so pleased, because the time where I discovered that collective readings are actually even a thing on YouTube was back in 2018, where a Leo video auto played after something else that I was listening to, and I scoffed at it. I said, you can't do collective readings, that's ridiculous. And then she spent an hour explaining what the last year of my life had been like, and I just sat sobbing over it, because I felt so seen in a way that I was not seen anywhere else by anybody else, and it blew my fucking mind. And so to know that I am able to do that for others is huge. It means a lot to me, so thank you for sharing that with me. Thank you so much, Chantal. That is really, really sweet of you. Like, you're so generous. Your Taurus October reading was right on. Thank you. It was as if you'd peeked into my life. I hear that a lot from people. I quite like the idea of maybe it's because I'm just traversing around and having a look at your dreams and seeing what you're doing. But apparently I keep showing up in people's dreams. I get ruined, it seems. Liminal Wanderer just finished the October read for Aquarium. That's what my daughter calls Aquarius as well. She has an Aquarius stellium. And what makes it funnier is she's a Pisces sun, so she says she's the fish in the aquarium. It's really funny. Oh dear. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your dad, sun-kissed. I think it's been a bit brutal for Leos for a good year or so now. Like, it really has. What's it? These. Mindy, yes, I'm doing personal readings. I put a post up about it a few weeks ago. It did just say psst and the link to the bookings thing, but it is there, yeah. If you're a member of Circle, then you can have a live reading with me. But I keep the live readings just for Circle members. But otherwise, no, I am taking bookings for pre-recorded personal readings at the moment. Lavinia Selke, what do you think about readings about the nodes, North Node especially? There's something that I've thought about doing, as well as other things, actually. I've thought about doing reads for numerology as well. I have all sorts of wonderful ideas, and then I'm totally chaotic, and I really can't fit all the things in that I want to do. I think North Node reads would actually probably be really, really useful, because you understand that the North Node isn't all, this is the way that I've got to thrust myself into the future, right? I've got to be all that sign, whatever it is, in the North Node. It's like the stuff that goes with that is can be a little bit hungry ghosty, if you know what I mean, in so much as there's an insatiability about the North Node that it's a difficult balance, because you have got to push into the energy of the North Node, but you've also got to balance that and temper that against the need to go all out and too much into that, right? It's that constant juggling act between the two. And so as a method of guidance, it would probably be a useful thing for people. Say, yeah, have some confidence and move in this direction, but remember where you are right now and try and hold on to where you are right now in some way or another. Yeah, as a guidance mechanism, I guess that's what I'm saying there. Hello, Alex from France. Thank you so much, Christy. That's really, really sweet of you. Let's say you're very welcome. Now, I'm glad that you get value out of the readings. Ultimately, as I've said many, many times before, and I believe I've said it many times on streams as well, like, I'll only be here for as long as I'm useful, and when I cease to be useful, I shall go somewhere else and do something else. Oh, bless you, Chronic Fish. I haven't actually streamed for 2 years. Can you believe that? 2 years. It was Samhain 2022 was the last time. Let me see, where am I at? Hello Bindi, hello Spirit Walker. Sheila M, you've got Neptune in the 12th house as well, is that? Mine's in Sag rather than in Scorpio. But figuring it out, yeah, I've been spending a bit of time with mine, a little bit, because it seems to be increasingly important. Have you ever wanted to develop your own tarot or oracle deck? Yes, because I think it's a natural thing when you work with them day in, day out. But I'm very conscious of not adding to the noise, because I think unless you've got a really original idea that is touching into a space that isn't already occupied, or does something so much better than what is currently occupying the space, I don't like the thought of reinventing the wheel, you know? Like, I don't know if I'm allowed to say, but there's a friend of mine who's developing a deck which is absolutely just stomach-punchingly brilliant. I think that's the only way I can really describe it, which is getting launched very, very soon. And it's perfection, because it's not only occupying a space that is not currently occupied by something of this nature, but the ideas within it, the expressions within it are genius and so potent that I think it will, well, I know it will do very well, actually, is what I say. But I don't necessarily know if I am possessed of that that kind of ability, because reading the cards and creating cards are two very different activities. And whilst they may have like a Venn diagram, a crossover of attributes required, like creativity and storytelling and all that kind of thing, I don't know. I've always thought I'd love to see what my daughter would come up with if she did it. Thank you, Si, that's very sweet. And hello, Cameron. Oh, Laurie, do you have any advice for how to handle the quite debilitating effects still lingering from the full moon for a person with heavy Pisces in my chart? My Pisces Sun, Venus and North Node. I don't... It's difficult for me because, as I'm always saying, I always feel completely inadequate when I'm dealing with Pisces, on account of the fact that I feel things I don't have a vocabulary for when I'm reading for Pisces. And so, whatever I say from here is going to be with a Leo Capricorn lens of interpretation, I guess. But grounding, I mean, I don't think you can do any better for anything than grounding. So, quite literally the act of grounding, walking outside barefoot and whatnot, I found at points where my soul's trying to leave my body, if I've had a particularly difficult reading or I've had a particularly debilitating moon thing go on, getting outside and putting my feet on the grass, and literally just sitting there, and just dispelling what is woozy out through my feet and allowing something else to come in instead. That works for me, but I'm not a Pisces, so I don't know how well that would work for you, but it's worth a try, I would say. Settled mind, I feel like I got out just in time. And what really bugs me is the fact that I've left two children there, right? The ones who grew up and left home and whatnot and started their own lives. And I was like, hey. And they were like, no. no, we're good, thank you. And we'll come out and visit you. But I was like, right, okay. I just feel like that's going to get worse. So... and there it is. It's sort of a mixed blessing. Like, I'm glad that I'm out of there. I'm glad that I've got my 3 children out of there, but I've got still two children there, and so I'm kind of like, Oh, Chantal, thank you. I can't tell you how important it is to me to make people feel seen when I'm talking to them. And it's almost like, it's not really a conscious thing. It's almost an unconscious response. It's things like, I don't know if you have them in the States, right? But in the UK, you have big issue sellers, and it's homeless people who are being given a leg up by the big issue, right? So they sell this magazine outside shops and in high streets and stuff like that, and they get to they're literally creating a little business for themselves and selling this magazine. And it used to really rag my shit loads when I would see people deliberately kind of swerving to miss the big issue seller or not giving them eye contact or anything like that. I was like, what are you doing? So like, I'd always make a point of marching up to the big issue seller and being like, hello, give me one of your magazines, please. Like, I don't think I ever fucking read it, ever. But it was that point of connection with another human being. And I remember, to just go off on a tangent there, I remember meeting up with some friends of mine from university in a town one night. We'd all gone out for dinner. This was maybe 3 years after we graduated or something. And I was walking back through the town to my car, and there was a homeless guy sat on the floor, and he said, you got any change? And I went, I am so sorry, mate, I haven't got anything. I was like, got some tabs though, do you want a tab? And he was like, aye. So I sat down on the floor next to him, and I rolled him a tab, gave him a tab, and then we sat and had a conversation. And it was wonderful, and people were giving me such strange looks because I was sat on the floor talking to this bloke, and I was like, but you're there, but for the grace of God go I. Like, I would hope that if I was in that position, somebody would look at me and see me. Okay, so also, here's the thing, I was born on an eclipse, so obviously it's going to be important for me to be seen and see other people because it's something that I've struggled with my entire life. I only just twigged a few weeks ago that I've done it to myself the whole time, which was wild. I was sat having a tab on my front step, and I went, oh my God, I see how I've done it to myself the whole time. It was the whole thing. Anyway, so seeing people and having you say you feel seen, it's important. It's really important. Luna Roma, I prefer tropical, but I have much more experience with tropical. I've done a little bit of reading about sidereal natal charts. I've looked at mine. I'm a Cancer Sag, which I rejected violently when I first found out that I'd be a Cancer Sag. And then, as I've thought about it, I just kind of came round to the idea, because I was like, actually, no, I could see how that would apply. And so, yeah, I think they both have their place, and they both seem to be accurate in their own ways, which is very, very interesting. I'm certainly not a purist, only one or the other. That's not really how I roll. I'm a bit of an eclectic esoterica collector, so just like, yeah, if it resonates, I keep hold of it. Oh wow, Linda, the October Sagittarius reading was so accurate. I wrote it all out in my journal to ensure it really penetrated. You're starting to sound like Taurus now. I'll tell you how many Tauruses have told me that they keep notes. Like when they're watching my videos, they write down notes. We've got a special notebook usually for such things. Very funny. Very diligent. Like, I approve. Any thoughts on what might be that voice that made you open your channel? What do you suspect it might be? Renata, I'm almost certain it was my late husband, to be honest. And, like, I was fairly certain that it was him anyway, but when I pulled the cards out and I shuffled them, the one that came out and the image that was on it kind of confirmed that for me, 100%. And it was like, oh, okay, right, now here's a way that you can talk to me. I get it, I understand. But it was almost like in acknowledging that connection existed, and that there had been a cause and effect within it. He didn't need the cards to talk to me, he just needed me to notice that he was talking to me. So the voice. Actually, after that, it was not one voice, it was many. Interestingly enough, it's kind of like a whole orchestra, and that's how it got so loud. Anywho, Thai, Leo North Node here, so am I a double Leo? I do not think that we would refer to you as a double Leo. I'm a double Leo because I'm a Leo Sun and a Leo Moon. I have a Capricorn ascendant, so that's why I'm not a triple Leo. But I also have a Leo Mercury, but I still wouldn't say I was a triple Leo, if you know what I mean. And then I have a Leo North Node. And I wouldn't say I'm a quadruple Leo, I'd just say I'm a double Leo. Oh, what's this? Erin? I love it when people start recommending things. That's probably a big thing that I have missed about doing live streams. What is this? Erin Wage. Nodes. Okay. All designs equine. Hello, good to see you. And also rewilding with Sabrina. Kid dokie. Rewilding with Sabrina. I shall investigate. Thank you. Okay, don't worry. That's fine. There isn't really a purpose to me being here beyond the fact that I haven't been here for a while, and I just thought it would be cool to be here, and then I sorted out all the technology required for me to be here. So it's a kind of show up, say hello, ask me any questions you want, and yeah, let's just sort of hang out for a bit, you know. Pink Jeepin 77. I have Mars and Venus and Aries. The October reading for Aries was so powerful. I've watched it multiple times because every word was so important to me. Mind-blowing shit indeed. Well, look, we're in a period of time now where this mind-blowing shit is just going to be what it is. If you're willing to connect with it, it's there. And it's not going away. And I think if you are able to work with it, harness it, lean into it, give it everything that you've got, and I'm talking about hope, and I'm talking about faith, and I'm talking about self-belief, and a sense of connection to something bigger than you, then we're walking into a whole new paradigm. And I do believe that very strongly indeed. So mind-blowing shit for days. You know. Sorry, I'm just going to scroll up because I'm missing so many things here. I find it really difficult to keep up with the chat because I go off on little like side quests in my own head, and I stop seeing what's in front of me, and then I come back and it's refreshed and it's fucking... You're very talkative. Oh, Charm, thank you very much. Yes, please do hit the like button, folks. That would be awesome. I am apparently committing a cardinal sin by putting my videos on YouTube and not asking for people to like, share and subscribe and all that sort of stuff. But do you know what? I sort of come to the conclusion that if you like it, you're going to press the button. Although sometimes I watch videos that I like and I completely forget to press the like button until somebody asks me to do it, and then I'm like, oh yeah, of course you can have a like, that's fine. Yeah, I'm subscribing and stuff like that. I'm usually a little better if somebody says something that I like, that I hear, that I think is cool. I'm straight on that shit. I'll press subscribe immediately. I don't know. But I think if you're going to do it, you're going to do it, and if you don't, then, you know, I get comments sometimes from people going, oh my god, I found you again, like I forgot to subscribe when I watched your video, and then you've just been lost to me off my page for the longest time, and suddenly you've just reappeared. I'm like, hello, I'm back again. So there you go. If you know anybody who hasn't subscribed, tell them to subscribe, please. Let's get those numbers up. If for no other reason, I feel like we're right at the front of a wave here. And it's interesting, I got an email from somebody the other day. I completely forgot to fucking reply, which I should do. It was a psychic from the UK who is telling me I needed to get my face out there and be seen and be heard, like bang the drum until people started paying attention to my channel and everything that I was doing here, because it was so important. I sort of agreed, but at the same time I feel like people find me when they find me, and if I try and force myself up into people's shit before they're ready, then they're not going to what's coming out is not going to stick in a way that it would if they found me like I found collective tarot readings on YouTube. Does that make sense? Let's see where we are. Oh, I'm sorry the payment platform wasn't compatible with your situation, charm. I actually used PayPal initially, and then PayPal would... and they withheld all of the money. It was a money laundering thing, right? And I was using PayPal, and that was great, and I chose to use PayPal because PayPal have always been really sound with me. I've used them since the beginning. And then tried to use Stripe for something, and it was when I first set up with Acuity, I think, something like that, and I booked out 4.5 months solid of readings overnight. Literally, I posted the link at about 1 o'clock in the morning, closed the laptop. When I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, I was completely booked out for 4.5 months, and I was like, whoa, okay. And I thought, oh, that's great. That's really, really good. Like 4 hours later, I got an email from Stripe saying that I had breached their terms and conditions under this particular clause and subsection, and that they were closing my account and holding on to my money for the next 6 months. And I was like, what? So I went and looked up this this clause, and it was deceptive practices, psychic offerings, all that kind of thing. Like, I fell foul of that. And I was like, well, what can I do about this? And they went, nothing. And I went, can I refund everyone? And they went, yeah. I went, do that then. Every single last one of them. And then I went back to PayPal and had to rebook again. And I printed out 4.5 months worth of bookings, so I had them there, and told everybody that this was what I was doing, and then cross-referenced as they got refunded and they paid again, because I honoured every single one of their appointments. It was a fucking nightmare, actually. But then, was it last year, beginning of last year, maybe? Beginning of 2023, possibly, maybe earlier than that. PayPal just basically essentially did the same thing, and I was like, no, that's not happening. And then Stripe removed that particular clause that had offended them so badly, or I had offended them so badly with, and I could suddenly use Stripe again, which was really good timing because I couldn't use PayPal anymore. So, and to be fair, Stripe have been brilliant, so I've forgiven them for their previously egregious behaviour, you know. But I'm sorry that it's not been compatible with your situation. Thank you for saying that you recommend it, though. I really appreciate that. Best reader on the inner tube, on the tube. Chapterless, I don't really know much about vertex points, bar the fact that the closer they are to your sun or to your north node, the more potent they are, I believe. But they also need to be activated. And what I've never really been able to find out to my satisfaction is what is it that activates it. Because it will be either you coming into contact with someone whose vertex possibly is in a similar place to yours, or a critical point, so like a square or an opposition or something like that, or there's some sort of planetary transit over it. But I've never been able to find out what kind of planetary transit it is, because presumably everybody gets the moon go around there at least once a month, and the sun, a bit longer and stuff. There are transits happening across one's vertex point all the time. What is it that is significant about a particular one that would see that being an activation? That's about as far as I got with that, so I'm afraid I can't answer it any more clearly than that. Emma Young, you're absolutely right. You're appearing in people's dreams as you've been in mine recently. Good Lord. Look at me travelling around. Do you think it's because I'm on my Neptune line now? I'm liberating myself from my earthly form and just pinging around, possibly. Possibly. I certainly seem to be getting about, though. Holy shit. You know what's really interesting as well is that I am dreaming furiously at the moment. I know I'm dreaming furiously. Because of my brain injury, I don't recall everything that I dream about, but I've had a few really significant dreams recently that I remember in crystal clear detail. One about a friend of mine. It was very, very unpleasant. And I've had a few. I don't really have nightmares as such. But this is probably the closest one that I had to a nightmare, where I just get this creeping feeling that all is not well. Right? And that's probably the best way I can describe what is going on in the dream. Like, I don't freak out in the dream, there's no screaming in the dream, I'm not having to beat people up in dreams or anything like that. I don't tend to lose my shit in my dreams, is what I'm saying. But this feeling of, oh, all is not well, this is not cool, I should probably not be in this situation, is about the closest thing that I get to a nightmare. And there was a very specific one that I had a couple of weeks ago that troubled me quite a lot because of the symbolism in it, rather than exactly what was happening, but it was the symbolism. And it's starting to form somewhat of a pattern, that without dragging my partner into it too much, I know he's had dreams of a similar sort of nature as well. We've been having these dreams on and off for about 4 years, but they seem to be increasing in frequency, which I'm taking to mean that, you know, whatever is symbolically represented in these dreams is probably not too far away now. That's just the way that I see that, at least, anyway. Congrats to your mum for leaving her job. I take it that she did not enjoy her job, in which case I thoroughly approve of her actions. Zoe, you said you were giving up sugar on your last live. You failed. Oh, you see, and if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have known. You're desperate to be accountable for yourself. There's always tomorrow. Always tomorrow. Dr. Surfer Chic. If you're waiting for your personal reading to be all, it'll be with you shortly, because I'm up to date with all of the readings, so don't panic. Betty, you're very welcome. Thank you for saying that. Oh, I've got permission off Marion. I don't know when she actually put that message in there because I'm so wildly behind with the chat. But Marion, who you will all know, because she very graciously covered for me in June while I was moving, bailed me right out of a hole, she did. Marion has created the most magnificent deck, frankly, that I think has come out in a very long time, personally, and it is around grief and the grief journey, and it's so powerful. I've been seeing images from it for a while now, 6 months or so, something like that, and it's you're all going to want to have a look at it when it comes out, because if you've ever been through the grieving process, you will feel seen in this deck. And it's, what I like about it is that it doesn't shy away from anything that is difficult about the process, but it is also filled with the understanding that it is a process, right? It's not a state, it's a process. It's being launched on Kickstarter on the 7th of November of this year. Marion and I are actually going to get together and have a little chat, which is going to be recorded, introducing this before the Kickstarter, so that you know, have a look at it. I think it's one of the most important things to come into the cartomancy space for a long time. So many things are a simple reinvention of the wheel, right? How many versions of the fucking Waite-Smith do we really need, in all honesty? Like, I have an obscene number of decks. I'm a Leo, what can I say? I like pretty things. And of the obscene number of decks that I have, there are the ones that I use most often on the channel, so the Knights on Tarot, the Wild Unknown, the Tarot of the Abyss, the Crow Tarot, Pagan Otherworlds, the Lost Forest, and the Triple Goddess. Those are my go-to decks because, yes, they're all based on the Waitsmith. Well, I think something kind of frothy about the Night Sun, but they all bring something unique to the decks. I've seen so many that are just carbon copies. The whole deck space is kind of saturated with these reinventions of the wheel, and this, it's not a tarot deck, it's more like an oracle deck, but it's original. And the grieving process is something that's incredibly personal to everyone, but Marion and Terry have managed to create something that captures feelings and captures experiences in a way that is gentle and nurturing, but like I said, doesn't shy away from just how powerful and changing a mechanism that is. Does that make sense? I think that should make sense. I think that's what I wanted to say. Is that Nine Johansson or Nine? I'm sorry, I really hate getting names wrong. Hi from Denmark. How is the nomination going? I have no idea. Alright, they're not giving a live count or anything. I'm not going to find out until the 16th of October, which is coincidentally my twin's 12th birthday. So I'm taking that as maybe as a sign that it's a good thing. I don't know. It would. I'll be honest. It would completely fucking blow my mind to win a thing. But then I decided I would actually quite like to win a thing, so that's why I shared it with you. Or I might give you the option of voting for it if you would like to. Oh, you're very welcome, AFM. Thank you. Thank you, Diane. That's cool. Joni, if you want to book in for your birthday, do you want to send me a message? And we'll sort something out, because your birthday's December, isn't it? I've not got many slots left. Well, I'll find somewhere to get you in if you want. Oh, Sai, you've noticed that. Oh, I think maybe it's the Neptune line thing is doing things. Do you know what's really interesting is that I completely intuited my way here before I knew anything about astrocartography. It wasn't until you already bought a house, and then I, a year later, looked at the astrocartography. I was like, oh, I am basically, literally, thrumming away on the Neptune line here. Cool. There's a thing. Oh, Sarah. It's Sarah Bauman. I'm glad I make you feel seen as well. Like, I want to empower people. And I believe that my job here, the role that I have been given, is to help people connect to their own powers so that they can get out there and do the important things. I feel very protective over Pisces. But in that kind of... in that way that, like, 3-year-olds are really protective of their mums. A little bit. Not that I'm saying that Pisces are my mums, but it's that kind of power imbalance. Here's me feeling all protective over all you Pisces, and you Pisces are literally channeling the entire fucking universe down into the 3D. It's like, it's ridiculous. Wendy, see, Sages are really at the... You've been at the sharp end of a lot of stuff in the last few years, I have to say, but you've all risen to the challenge. And, quite often say in the readings that I do, or whether it's in the YouTube readings or in the extendeds or whatever, like, I say to you, like, I am really proud of you, and I am 100%. when I started the channel, when I started doing these collective readings, I had absolutely no idea whether they would be kind of standalone things, or whether there would be a story that began to unfold, across a wider arc, across the readings. Like, would it be the same people that showed up every month, or would it be different people? I didn't know at all. And I've been entirely delighted to see that it's been the latter, that there is a bigger story unfolding, and that it is the people who are coming back again and again and again who I get to be with while they're walking this road. And that, I have to say, that's been awesome. I've really enjoyed that, and I think I enjoyed that much more than if people kind of dipped in and dipped out, and each reading was a kind of standalone thing that didn't really relate to anything that had happened before. And this feels much more meaningful for me. Hopefully it feels more meaningful for you as well. But I know how hard the chopping wood and carrying water has been, but like, I think it's about to pay dividends, big dividends. Oh, Lavinia, that's really sweet of you. Thank you. A peek into your secret life that no one knows about. Maybe this was all aligning because I'm all Neptunian now. Maybe that's it. Although, interestingly enough, in Draconic astrology, apparently I'm a triple Pisces. And I don't even know how they come to that conclusion, but I am. And if you look at relocational astrology, which is to say, taking exactly the same things, the same information that you had used before, which is, your date of birth, your time of birth, but then instead of using your place of birth, you put in where you are right now. I actually come up as a Pisces ascendant on where I live now as well. I don't know if I don't know. I felt a little bit Piscean over the course of this year, but Pluto coming back into my first house has kind of kicked the Capricorn back into gear, I think. We have confirmation from a Pisces. Feet on the grass, hands on the ether. Yoga and walking with no headphones. No, I agree. Grounding. And sun-kissed. Others, I feel, just tell us month after month a new opportunity is coming. Thank you for being real. Yeah, I think there are examples within the space of people who pander to what they think people want to hear. And I understand the reasons why people want to do that, but in my opinion, that isn't much better than essentially people pleasing on a mass scale. And I kind of got to the point, and I've been at this point for quite a long time now, actually, where I can't do that because it's fake, because it's not real. And if I see a problem, if I see things are going to be hard, if I see it's going to be shit, like, why would I lie to you about that? How does that help you? How does that empower you? Like, I try and help people reframe their perspectives on what is happening to them, because it's very easy to develop a victim mindset about things. I mean, fuck, the reason why I was sobbing over my fucking steering wheel in my car in a fucking supermarket car park while I was listening to that collective reading for Leo, as well as being seen, was because I suddenly realised it wasn't just me that was having the shit kicked out of them by the universe. It was literally a collective energy, and in that moment I felt like the universe wasn't being vindictive anymore. I kind of saw it as this is all about growth now. I don't know. I think there are always going to be people who want to be told what they want to hear. And I don't think that helps anyone. It's just a confirmation of what we... It's not reframing anything, is it? Put it that way. Okay, Z. Pisces, Sun, Leo, Moon, Capricorn rising. That's almost the same as my daughter's. My daughter's a Scorpio rising. Thank you very much. Appreciate you. That's an interesting point, Frank. Frank says that I find that when I need them, your readings are very personal, which I find fascinating. Sometimes, however, when I need to do my own work, they seem to be for someone else, which makes sense. It does make sense. And I'm glad that you are able to be discerning enough to work that out. I think I've had people comment on the readings before. They said, well, I'm still waiting for what you said was going to happen last month to happen. I'm like, really? Have you done anything, or did you know, I didn't say this to them, but I was like, if you sit and wait for the universe to deposit things in your lap, you may well be waiting for a long time. If, however, what it is that is in front of you is introspection, if it is kind of doing your own work and focusing on what is going on inside rather than what is without, then that's what you've got to do. I really do think that doing the work is more about taking away than it is about adding. Because I'm fairly certain all of us arrive here pure and whole. You read Robert Bly's little book of the shadow, and he explains children to be 360-degree balls of energy, right? And certainly, as a Leo child, as I once was, like I absolutely agree with that. And it's the process of civilizing kids that shaves bits of them off here, there, and everywhere. And what was that? I've just forgotten what I was talking about mid-sentence. About taking away. Although it's visually represented as kind of slicing off bits of our 360-degree, ball of energy, I feel like it's more about repressing that. Like, so in the taking away that is the personal work, what we're doing is removing all of the impediments to us being those pure beings that we were when we first got here. Right? Just removing them one after the other. I don't know if the metaphor works, but yeah. When you start to remove things that are standing in your way, I mean, the way forward often seems much more clear, Sai, it's like saying things that surprise yourself when you say it, if it makes sense. Exactly. Sometimes when I'm doing readings, whether they're personal readings or whether they're, it tends to happen more in the extendeds than the YouTube readings. It's almost like I go off somewhere else. Like, it's almost like I just kind of move out of the way a little bit. And my mouth is going and I'm not really connecting with it. And then I'll just sort of come back to myself and I'll be like, those moments where I forget what I'm saying mid-sentence, it's usually because I've come back to myself and I'm like, what are you talking about? What's going on? And I'm like, I don't know. God, what am I talking about, actually? Why did I end up over there? What's that about? Yeah. I've sometimes said that I don't really know what I think about something until I actually open my mouth sometimes. It's big, but I don't really think in words, so it's only when you sort of put a stick in it and drag it out like molten sugar that it gets a chance to kind of set and crystallise, and then I'm like, oh, that's what I think about it. There you go. That's what it is. Eleventy levity, your timing and clearing out made me appreciate your predictive skills all the more. Well, there were delays. There were significant delays that should not have been there, but on reflection, I have to say that I think they were right. Like, there've been a number of points in my life, and particularly in the last 6 years, where things just should have worked and they didn't, and no matter how hard I pushed on the things, they didn't work. And so I've been like, if this is resisting me, because I can be kind of fucking bloody minded and focused on a goal when I really want to be, then there's a reason why it's not happening here. And over the last 2 years, kind of learning to step back when I can feel the universe holding me like there, and being like, not yet, not now, not wait a bit longer. Even though it drives me insane, and it drives me absolutely batty, I kind of got to a point where I respect that something is playing out here, even if I don't understand what it is. So, you know, all of the blocks and impediments to me clearing out, as it were done by the end of March. Well, actually, sort of the third week of March. And then I was sort of sat there, kind of waiting for something, and I don't know what I was waiting for, whether it was like, you know, an aeroplane with a skywriter, or fireworks, or some big fanfare or something. And I was kind of like, kind of sat on it for about a week, and I was like, oh, I think I'll just go now, you know. And it was almost like a bit of an anticlimax. So I was kind of waiting for the universe to tell me what to do, and instead what it had just done is moved out of the way and was waiting for me to then decide what I was going to do. So I did it, and that was that. I was gone. But I really do feel like I kind of skidded out of there, like literally just in time. So I've watched everything play out from August onwards. Yes, let's just say, glad I'm not there. So, JS, thank you for saying that. I really appreciate it. Like, I don't know, it gives me the warm and fuzzies to know, because, like, obviously people comment on the videos and so, but it's a vocal minority that comment on the videos. By far and away, most people don't. So I can see the views and then see the comments, and quite often it's like, well, is it just the people that have commented that have felt that point of resonance, or have other people kind of gone, Because there have been times where I thought about commenting on a video, and then I didn't, probably in case somebody saw it or something. Not recently, but like when I first started the channel, a bit like to comment would be to acknowledge out loud and make it a little bit more real, and I wasn't sure if I was necessarily ready for that. You know what I mean? So yeah. Hello, the Mystic Agent. Mystic Agent, I recognise you on. Have you been on my live streams before? I think you have. Yeah. TC38 Cole. I definitely remember that name. Yes. I'm glad you caught me live as well. Geocentric astrology. Earth is the centre, not the sun. Is astrology not sort of by definition geocentric anyway? Oh, good. Thank you, the Mystic Agent, for confirming that, because Aquarius is one of those signs that is actually very private, a bit like Capricorn as well. Don't tend to comment that often. It's funny though, because sometimes I'll put up an Aquarius reading and there will be virtually no comments at all, but there'll be 100% likes on it. It's just like they're quietly gone, yeah, all right, I'll let you have that. I'm not going to tell you anything about it. I'm just going to let you have it. That's funny. Oh, Ty. So I was born on I think it was a total solar eclipse. I'm not sure. I have to look it up. And a waning crescent moon. If you're kind of born within 24 hours of that energy, quite often you tend to find that over the course of your life you will find yourself quite literally eclipsed. either by partners or by friends, by family members, and find yourself eclipsed at work, you know, and it's a constant source of frustration. But at the same time, it seems to go hand in hand with a terrible fear of being seen, and it's such a paradox. Because you kind of really, really want to be seen and you resent not being seen, but at the same time, when opportunities come along for you to be seen, you run because it's threatening for some reason. We don't know why, it just is. But recognizing that paradox within yourself can give you essentially exactly what you need to be able to kind of walk out of that again. And it's a slow road, but it is possible. Oh, peace, love, music. I'm so happy with... There's been such a swell from the Pisces collective. Like, you're literally all being Pisces collective togetherness, right? There's no separation between you. It's like you all know you're here to do something important. And you all seem to be doing it together. I think that's wicked. I really do. Well, Luna, like, you must go with what is right to you. I mean, I would say I was so fiercely... Sorry, Luna Roma said, Sidereal says I'm a moon Sag. Tropical says Capricorn. I really feel Sag, though. I had said, although I violently rejected the idea that I might be a Cancer Sag in Sidereal, because I was just like, ew, no, that makes no sense to me at all. I think I was kind of clinging to the Leo-ness quite a lot with that. I couldn't conceive of any situation where I would be anything other than a Leo. I'm starting to see that everything's a little bit more nuanced than that, and I am a Cancer Venus. I do recognise that about myself, and actually, I can be canny saggy sometimes, particularly when it comes to questions of authority. Saying. So, you know, as my kind of understanding of all the signs has increased over time, I kind of said, well, actually, I could see how a bit of me is a double Cancer, and I could see how my ascendant might come across as a little bit Sagittarian at times too. I feel like Western speaks to me more, but I kind of accept that there's a blend of that, and I think that there's a high degree of accuracy in both. I really do. Certainly wouldn't. I wouldn't disregard one over the other. Yeah, Christy, you cannot have a moon in Leo, the sun in the 5th house, without wanting to be seen, I think, and yet we run away from it so fucking hard. Oh, JD Graham, that is so sweet of you to say. What you've done for the Taurian clan since 2020 has been nothing short of life-changing. Thank you for helping us grow. Dudes, you did all the hard work. You really did do all the hard work. And you did the hard work at the same time as healing the enormous Taurian wound that I had, personally, that I did not share at the time. Because there was a point in time where Tauruses used to put my back up so hard, I used to know if somebody was a Taurus before I even knew when their birthday was, because my hackles would rise. So I had a visceral, physical reaction to Tauruses. I'm just like... and there are reasons for that, trauma-related, of course. But it was actually over the course of 2020, seeing the hard work and the earnest graft, the desire to improve, like everything about themselves, that Taurus was going through, as well as things just being really, really fucking hard for Taurus. That healed a wound in me at the same time as well. I was just like, wow, look at how awesome Taurus is. How did I not see this before? I know why I didn't see it before. But now, I'm very proud to say, one of my best friends is a Taurus, and I genuinely could not imagine life without her, because she's just awesome. And I really, really appreciate Taurus energy now. Amu, I could understand why you'd refuse to be a Cancer sun. off the back of being an Aquarius. Like, it's just too far. I actually felt that, like, the move from Leo to Cancer was just a step too far. I could not even comprehend. I could see how Aquarius would be even more so, for sure. Oh, Luna, you keep notes as well. Taurus sun. Yep. Look at all those Tauruses. They're just like best students in the classroom, always. Hello, Mitchell Greggs. I'm glad you're excited to catch a live. It's been a while since I've done one. I was taking notes when you said that. Peace, love, and Taurus. Oh, behave. That's hysterical. That's really funny. Oh, Scott, I'm sorry to hear that. Sag, but people don't get me, not even my wife. You're complex beings. My partner's a Sag. Like I said, my daughter's a Sag as well, so I have very close Sages and keep an eye on, learn from. Weg des Scheiterns. It's inspiring and helpful to follow your way of speaking about deeper dimensions of especially difficult situations. You touch some kind of bass melody in the composition of experiencing life. Oh, I like that. I like the idea of a bass. Write that down. Bass melody. That's just a combination of words that's just tickled my soul. Thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. So I just read your comment there, Lavinia, about notebook and taking notes. Denise, what does your family express to you as a tarot reader, or when you told them this is me now? I've always been fucking weird. I think that my kids were aware enough of what normal parents were like versus the mother that they had. They just pretty much take everything in their stride, to be honest. I remember telling the twins that I was. Somebody told me this was really pathetic the other day. Maybe it is. When I told my twins that I'd set up a YouTube channel, they went, "That's very good, Mummy." I said, "Thank you." They were like 7 at the time. And they went, "But you do know you're not a real YouTuber until you get 100,000 subscribers and you get invited to VidCon." I was like, "Is that right?" And they were like, "Mm-hmm." And I was like, "Right, locked in. Now I have to do it for my babies to prove that I'm a real YouTuber." It probably is really pathetic, actually. But it's really, interestingly, it was only the very end of December last year where I had to accept that actually I was a YouTuber. Right, and I don't know. This is an interesting question because there's tarot reading and then there's YouTube, and then there's the place that I occupy in the centre of both, and I don't feel necessarily that where I am leans too much one way or the other. Does that make sense? I don't know, I was just sort of carving my own little niche out for doing shit. My family are very supportive. All the tech upgrades that have happened on the channel over the years have been as a result of my 2 older kids going, "Let's show you how to do this, Mum, because frankly it's fucking embarrassing that you've got this many subscribers and you're still using your phone." And I'm like, "No change, I do not want change." And they're like, "It's fine, we'll talk you through it." I'm like, "Okay." And it was only really the end of last year where I was like, "Do you know what, I'm going to rejig all of my equipment and I'm going to buy better equipment," and I did it all myself, and they were very proud. So yeah, I think my partner's proud of me too. So it was never really a "this is me now." It was kind of like they've always been there along for the ride and seen it evolve into what it is, you know. Jane Dobson, Taurus Ascendant. I need a tarot notebook. Note to self, go get one. Desert Rose, I do think fire signs get misunderstood, but I think water signs also get misunderstood, and sometimes earth, like, I think it's kind of a thing across the board. I think fire signs tend to get reacted to a lot more. So, like, that misunderstanding tends to be right up in our fire sign faces, because the energy that we put out tends to be quite big, and so people react to that pretty hard. So that can be quite a confrontational situation, and I don't think it's that we cause it, it's just that when that energy bounces back at us, it's a little bit like much, you know. Oh, Tate, wow, dozens of notes, if not over 100 now. Wow, cool. Sylvia, I really have no idea where cancers will go. Because I can't say that I have any idea where any of the signs will go, except that what we all seem to be stepping into, and I was saying earlier on that I felt that that there was something that appeared to me to be happening in October, and I don't really know what it is. Obviously, you know, we're in eclipse season now. We've got this solar eclipse showing up, and it's kind of a doozy. It's is it not a south node? Conjunct south node, I think it is. And there are some difficult energies over the course of October, but really half of that I've only really found out this morning. It's just from doing the readings, and the first couple I was like, ooh, this is interesting, there's some big energies that are showing up for these signs. By the time I got to 3, 4 and 5, I was like, oh no, there's something kind of consistent across this now. So there's something fairly big showing up in October, and I think what's happening is that all the people who are on board with this, which is to say the people that have been doing their work for the last few years, these people who are kind of stepping into a higher vibration of being, and I do think that it's a lot of people. It's not nearly enough. We need to hit a kind of critical mass, I think, before we can really push for change. You're all taking your part of the pie, or your part of the cake, or your part of the pizza, and you're running with it, right? It's a collective effort, but it's individually expressed, right? So it's a collective effort, but amongst the signs, each collective has their own thing to do. I don't know where any of us are going, but I know that there's a fairly widespread activation going on this month, and I would say the more it scares you, the more you need to lean into it and do it, whatever it is and whatever that means, because everything that you've been going through over the last 4 years has been training for this point. And I think 2025 is going to be very, very difficult. 2026 is going to be difficult. Moving into 2027, it's going to be difficult. And you are all, if you are the people that I'm talking about who've been doing your work and all this sort of stuff, like, you're here to help everybody else through. You're here to be of service to the collective by being the best version of you that you can possibly be right now, with all the training that you've had up until this point, you know? That's what I think. Let's have a look. I have Taurus everywhere. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just reading some of these comments. They're awesome. Oh, fuck me. Just updated again. I think, fucking hell. I have no idea. I've no idea how much I've missed. I'm sorry. I'm trying to scroll back. Oh. Hello, Susan. Thank you for that. Susan says, do you think Capricorn is a fairly new sign or misunderstood? Many readers don't resonate like you do. We aren't all money hungry. I think they're wildly misunderstood. If I am honest, I think Capricorn is a very old sign. Last summer, was it last summer? I think it was last summer. Adam Ellenbus of Nightlight Astrology did a a video on Capricorn, and it was called something along the lines of the cross we all have to bear, and it was talking specifically about Capricorn energy, and it was about 40 minutes long, and it was so fucking good, and I felt so fucking seen. I ended up bursting into tears over my kitchen table and sobbing like a fucking baby, and my Sag partner was like, and I went, I'm fine, just let a lot of stuff out. And there were so many interesting things that came out from that, because like Capricorns, or people with Capricorn placements, tend to age in reverse, right? They're born with the eyes of the old man, right? You can tell, I think, Saturn-ruled people, there's a certain seriousness about the way that they approach life, and it's, you know, sometimes it can roll into a kind of rigidity and a kind of control. But everything that Adam Ellenbach said in this video that he did, it was the most beautiful exposition of what Capricorn was and what Capricorn is about. I think Capricorn is a very old energy, and I think part of what is needed when you have Capricorn placements is learning to let go, release, and allow yourself to flow in a way that life teaches Capricorns of any placement to be very rigid and to need to control their spaces and whatnot. I don't think they're a new sign at all. I don't think they're money hungry. I think that they need stability and security, and they're willing to work really fucking hard for it. I mean, the work ethic of a Capricorn and a Taurus is probably unmatched, I would say. But it's where the clinging to the stability and the security of the environment, right, the control of the environment becomes toxic, that Capricorn has a problem. I don't think there's anything wrong at all with liking a bit of security and stability, but it seems to be exchanged from within for without. Which is to say, here's my job, here's my comfortable salary, here's the structures in my life that make me feel safe, but am I going anywhere near any of the emotional stuff? Like, I can't do that, it's too hard, you know. And I think the point about Capricorn being a seagoat is so very important, and it's not something that I've really heard people talking about that much over the years. Some do, some absolutely bring it in, but it's not kind of uniformly referred to, and it should be. It really should be, because I feel like that is the route to personal redemption for Capricorns. Not that they, you know, they need to redeem themselves with anybody else. I mean, within themselves, allowing, accepting, like, these are things that are very difficult for Capricorns to do, and I speak as a Capricorn ascendant. You know, kind of relinquishing grip on life quite so hard. It's an important thing to do. And again, you know, what I understand about Capricorn is through self-observation, and also Capricorns that I've known are generally get on quite well with Capricorns. There's a few notable exceptions. But on the whole, by and large, I get on really well with Capricorns. But to a man or woman, it's very rare to find a Capricorn that likes themselves, and that troubles me a lot, because it means there's a whole part of themselves that's been kicked away, and the road to happiness, the road to personal redemption, comes through embracing all bits of ourselves. And when you embrace all the bits of yourself, you know, when you treat yourself like your own best friend, when you genuinely enjoy being who you are, all of the things that plague Capricorns don't seem to occur as much. So from a human compassion point of view, I would love to see Capricorns, like, just very least liking themselves a little bit and allowing themselves to have a little bit of fun. Take the blinkers off every now and again and just kind of look around, you know. Anyway, the Fireside Mystic, do something for Gemini if you want comments. Yeah, you're right, I should do that. I really should. Yeah. Thank you, Dana. Dana, you're also so lovely to see you live. I found you during the pandemic and you really inspired and saved me during that time. Since then, I've been here sharing in this community and benefiting from your wisdom. Do you know what really bothers me is the fact that that whole period just isn't really being dissected the way that it should be. I don't know, like, I'm not going to go on a rant about this now, but I think there was real damage done to people during that time, and I really do feel like at some point there needs to be some very frank and honest conversations about that. But I suspect the way that the world's going and the darkness, the coldness that is rolling in 2025 is directly related. So there's never going to be any accountability for that. There's never going to be any Let's just leave it there, shall we? I think we'll leave it there. I see. The Fireside Psychic, one of Capricorn's lessons is to learn that there is no bad publicity. You're right. That's a very difficult lesson to learn right there. And also not to be afraid of what's inside of them. Phoenix Rising, thank you. That's very, very kind of you to say. Scorpio, Sun, Sag Rising, Moon, Venus and Mars. Oh, that's some mega Sag energy you got going on there. I thought I had no water, and one day I noticed my Jupiter Pisces. Wow. Sireno. That's kind of a major Pisces placement there. Avi, thank you very much. I am blessed that you would choose to publicly acknowledge me here. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Sorry, I'm just skimming through here trying to catch up because I noticed that my little bar thing is right the way up here. Oh, Corey, I'm glad you've had a little epiphany moment. Honestly, actually changed my entire fucking life when I didn't know. This is the thing. I actually had have any of you heard of the World Astrology Report? If you haven't watched it, you should go watch him because my fucking god, Dan Waits is brilliant. I actually had a consultation with Dan Waits last year, and it was before I started year one Hellenistic astrology with Adam Ellenbus, and he was like, what do you want to know? And I said, well, I've only ever looked at my chart from Placidus before, and it's kind of a little bit grim, and I've cast it in whole sign, and I'm like, holy shit, what is this? So I was hoping somebody who knew a little bit more than I did could tell me what any of this means, because I've only ever looked at my chart from Placidus, and now my mind's blown, and I don't really understand what I'm looking at. And he was like, well, first thing, did you know you were born during an eclipse? And I was like, no. No. It made so much sense when he explained it to me. And then I went, so does that mean I'm a chaos magnet or a chaos engine? Because I've kind of noticed that a lot. And he was like, you are both. I was like, fuck. Okay. Not that I was going to be able to switch it off either way, you know, but there is the thing. Anyway, his YouTube channel, World Astrology Report, is excellent, and this is a big recommend to go see it. One of the other things he said, which was really funny, was not only did he decide that I was a lawyer who'd become disillusioned with what I was doing and decided that I wanted to be an astrologer. And I was like, why did you think that? And he showed me all the placements, and he said it was because of this. I said, as it is, I was actually supposed to be a lawyer. I was in training to be a barrister, or doing my master's in preparation for going to be a barrister. I said, and then I had a big sort of tower moment thing, and now I'm here doing this. And he was like, oh, I wasn't too far off then. But he did say, looking at your chart was really strange. And I was like, why? And he says, because it's basically my chart. And I went, what? And it turns out he'd been born like a few days before me. And so essentially, apart from our moons, no, moon was the same, ascendant was different. But they were more or less the same chart. So there you go. Right, we're very similar. Although I am more chaotic, you should be aware. You are sorry, I'm looking at Katha here. I couldn't see what the glyphs were. I'm a Leo Sun, Aquarius Moon and Cancer Rising. I would love some input for the next few months. They will be changing the course of my life. Not sure if I can ask questions here. Thank you for the readings. Love from India. The Leo, Aquarius and Cancer readings, actually, funnily enough, are not done yet. So I don't know what's going on. And certainly I'll only be reading ahead for October, more or less. I tend to give it a 6-week window for the monthly readings that I do. So I can't speak with any degree of authority because I simply haven't done the readings yet. But I would imagine, given the pattern that I'm seeing over the readings that I have done so far, that there will be this similar window of opportunity opening. When I say a window of opportunity, I suspect what I mean actually is a door, because windows of opportunity always seem to have a time frame associated with them, right? You got to take the opportunity while the window is open, otherwise the window will close. Whereas this feels more like a door that is opening, that people are walking through, and there is something bigger on the other side of it. And it's not a door shut, door open kind of situation. It's here it is, now do something with it. That's simply extrapolating from the readings that I have done already. Like I said, you'll have to wait and see when I do those readings what comes up. But yeah, we're moving into very different energies from 2025, and those who have eyes to see will probably already see where things are going. And if not, I don't think it will take long for most people to notice. Let's put it that way. Let us not forget that Neptune is moving into Aries in March. I think it's March. And that does feel to me like it's going to be a big wake up for lots of people. And if you're already here, doing your work and seeing what's happening and aligning with soul purpose and that lot, then you will be aware that it is highly likely that you're here to do something that is leadership-like, guide-like for everybody else. That's what I would say about that. Hayes asked how I feel about consolidating spirituality and psychology, and does religion ever come into your practice? That's a very big question, Hayley, and not one that I'm sure I could do justice to here on a live stream. I would say to a degree, I think I've always consolidated the two, because they don't seem to me to be separate. I've always been interested in spirituality. I've always been interested in psychology because I've been interested in the intersection of the two, which is the person in the middle. And I think that you can see when abnormal psychology is at play with people and how that blows up and reduces certain aspects of their lives. But you can also see an absence of spirituality in people, and that sometimes enhances things or reduces things. I would say I'm a student of humans, and there's a lot that goes into that. Maybe it's a student of souls living human experiences. We could put it that way, right? Religion doesn't really come into my practice per se. Because I've always had a bit of an issue with the Abrahamic religions, let's put it that way, right? That I've always found difficult. I was brought up in a fairly dogmatically agnostic household, where my mother was really quite critical of anybody who purported to be religious, ostensibly because of the hypocrisy that she witnessed in that. And so I don't really blame her for holding that opinion, but she was, dogmatic as fuck, actually. There's a placement in my birth chart that suggests being brought up in a very severe religious household, interestingly enough. And I wasn't. But I was brought up with someone who ruled with an iron fist, and so essentially it was exactly the same in outcome as that. I've always had a problem with the word God. I always had a problem with the word God. But I felt like over 2020 I saw more indications that suggested that God, whatever that means, because I realised that it's a very heavily laden word for some people. There was more evidence for the existence of God than I'd ever perceived before in my life. Now, would I describe myself as religious? I would not. I actually, spent about 2 years reading into and really immersing myself in Wicca before kind of emerging again, deciding that it was not for me because it was essentially a religion. But then at the same time, I've done the same thing with other religions and gone, well, this is quite interesting, actually. Because ultimately, at the bottom of everything, what there is ritual and repetition. Right? What I had a problem with is something that you would probably expect from someone who is a life path 8, which is I find it very difficult to subjugate myself to the idea of an authority higher than mine. And what's really interesting about that is that I can simultaneously hold the view that there is a higher power than mine, and I have been spending the last few years getting into alignment with it. I am a juxtaposition of ideas. I see no issue, in all honesty, in holding ideas lightly in both hands that conflict with each other, because the simple truth is I don't know. And I have to say honestly, I do not know. But I feel something that is bigger than me. I'm just not sure that I'm happy with putting the label God on it, per se, because of the churchification of spirituality. Right? It's the... Gone off on a proper bender here, haven't I? Come back. It's a very interesting question, Hayley. I think perhaps religions belong, or religions as we understand them currently, belong to an earlier time than where we find ourselves right now. At the same time, they provide useful ethical frameworks that I think are essential for large numbers of people to live together in any kind of conurbation. I sound a little bit like an Aquarius South Node when I say things like that. I think maybe I do. Because I'm not really a big fan of New Age. I think there's all sorts of problems with that. But I feel like established religion is kind of middle age, and there's something much more powerful behind that. Don't think I'm explaining myself terribly well. But I've always found the idea that simply by virtue of my sex I am a sinner. By virtue of my existence I am a sinner. I've always found that very difficult to wrap my head around. I've always found that jarred quite badly. There are problems with a religion, there are problems with an absence of religion. Do I have the answers? I do not. And I could probably sit here and stream of consciousness at you about this for the next hour, and possibly none of it will make sense. So I'm going to skip away from that, but I am going to think about it quite hard. And try and catch up with these things. Yeah, attunement tarot, it was my mother. I was born off Taurus. Oh, Zosie. I hope it wasn't too stinging a slap to get your shit going. Andrea, astrologers who are much more learned than I say it is a fundamental misunderstanding of how astrology works to suggest that they are now changing. I assume that you're referring to Ophiuchus, or is it Ophiuchus? I think it's something like that. Yeah, most astrologers that I respect reject the idea that it's a thing, on account of the fact that astrology doesn't work like that. I think I have linked before the Peace Dealer's take on this. If you've not come across the Peace Dealer on Instagram, you must all go follow him, because he is absolutely fucking awesome. Very, very good at what he does, but also incredibly funny. Which is a winning combination as far as I'm concerned. And this is a thing that sort of goes around the internet every like 3 years or so. It just went round last year, which was about 4 years before that it came up again. And it's something that keeps coming up for some reason. I can't see it actually indicating that people's star signs are going to change, because alright. And at the same time, though, how is it that different to thinking about being a Cancer Sag? I think anything that causes you to challenge certain things that you consider to be fundamental to your identity are a good thing. That's how your brain grows. So the fact that I went from a violent rejection of the Cancer Sagness to no, actually I could see how that works. I'm taking that as a point of growth for me. And there are other things as well, fundamental things that I thought that I was, that it turns out that I kind of something slightly different. Getting to a point where I can go, nah, maybe, mayhap, that's fine. Always leads to a bit of growth somewhere, Andrea, my move went. I don't know if it went amazing. I don't know if either myself or my partner would describe it as amazing. It was amazing, but it was also an insane amount of work. And I'll be honest, I'm still not really settled yet. I've been here since June, and I'm not settled yet. But there's been so much to do, and bless him, my partner's more or less getting on with it single-handedly, while I'm kind of trying to juggle the other things. But it was a very demanding move. Very demanding. Not one that I would like to do again anytime soon, please. But although I wouldn't say I'm 100% settled in yet, because I'm not, we're getting there. We're getting there. We're starting to find a flow, which is good because it's nearly fucking October. It would be nice.
Can I just interrupt on the note that how we're doing on the roof? That I'm up currently in a minute, putting 12 buckets on the roof.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Really?
Just to give an idea of what your side partner's up to right now.
Oh, right, okay. So that little interruption there was my partner saying it. He has now put 12 buckets under the roof. We've got torrential rain going on at the moment. You might be able to hear it in the background. There's a big cyclone thing over the country at the moment. And yeah, 12 buckets to catch all the water that's coming through our roof at the moment that we did not know up until now, apparently. We've got a leaky roof. Oh well, better that we know now than... Oh, fucking hell. Bless him. Oh, Marion, do you love me? You're going to share food with me in like a fortnight. I'm fucking square sausage. Yeah, I know. So, no, I'm not smoking funny tobacco. In fact, I just don't smoke that. I smoke tobacco. Old Holborn, Svetla, Old Holborn, because it's the closest thing I can get to what I actually like out here. No, I've never been a big smoker of the funny sort because I just fall asleep and I'm no use to man the beast. No, pure nicotine all the way. Hello, the Dawn Effect. Thank you for dropping in. Cami 9, do you know your Myers-Briggs type, Carrie? It's IN... INT... something? I can't remember off the top of my head. It's INT something, I think. But I couldn't tell you. I'd have to do the test again. I've completely forgot. INFJ? Huh? Possibly. It might be that high. Linda, both are equally important. You should pay attention to the one that resonates with you the most. Ultimately, the sun is who you are and what you are. But it's not uncommon for people to not resonate with their sun sign, right? Because there's an idea that sometimes we have to grow into our sun sign. Whereas the ascendant, because it's much more specific, like there's a 2.5 hour window of time that, you know, dictates which ascendant sign you're in, rather than the sun sign that kind of shifts every 30 days. Like, for example, like my late husband and my son, Leos as well, right? So 3 of us are Leos, very, very different Leos. Hugely different. And at the time, when I used to look at them and go, why are there such different Leos to me? I didn't know anything about ascendants or moon signs or anything like that. Well, that explains it, obviously, latterly. But the ascendant is it's a very small window. And that, your first breath in the world, you know, taken under that sign, is the lens through which you tend to see the world. So it's much more common for people to resonate, for example, with their ascendant sign, because there's that whole kind of seeing the world through that lens aspect of it. But then there are people who you know, who are born and they're like, I don't resonate with my ascendant at all. I am my sun sign, and that's cool. But like I said, sometimes people need to grow into it over time. I always thought I was a Leo, but I always thought I was a really shit Leo. I couldn't work out why I was not all confident and all the things that we would associate with a Leo, and I worried about things too much. So, in retrospect, I think I've always been less of a Leo and more of a Capricorn. I think I've only really started to get into my Leo-ness properly in the last 5 years. And my North Node's in Leo as well, so obviously I have a bit of work to do in that department. But hopefully I'm getting there. Thank you, someone. You're so much more than a YouTuber, lol, gosh. Cammy, I've always been a raging introvert. Like, except that I haven't always been a raging introvert. I've told this story before, I'm not going to bore you with it here now, but there was a period a few years ago, 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, something like that, where I realised that I had not been an introvert my entire life, and that in fact was a trauma response. And that actually I was a bit of a raging extrovert when I was a kid. And that revelation was a bit like a slap in the face. I was like, where the fuck did that go? Where's my extroversion gone? Now I'm confirmed introvert, though, I think. Is that melpomene alchemist or melpomene? I'm not sure. Sorry, I hate getting these things wrong. You're my therapist. Was in real therapy my whole life. Now I have the skills to reparent myself and find therapy through tarot. Yes, that's the way. It's always more powerful when you do it for yourself. What does you say here, Sai? Okay, some tarot readers talk about the zone you get into sometimes while drinking fast or something like it. Are you talking about the kind of channeling thing? I would never have said I was a channeler, but then I don't know, maybe that is what I do. I just know that sometimes I step away and just let the mouth go. And then I come back and I'm like, what the fuck am I talking about? I have no idea. I'm not sure what you mean there, Diana. How does that work if it's your North Node? I think my Venus is in Gemini, which I'm completely tired of. TC38 call, that's a very funny comment. Underrated comment, I like that. Pamela, I am mother to 2 Libras, and I can absolutely confirm that Libra doesn't mind putting their 2 pennies worth in. I can confirm that. Shit, it just updated again. I thought I was getting somewhere then. Fuck. I thought I was getting to the bottom and then just the chat fucking updated, and so now like I have no idea where I am at all. Fuck. I actually genuinely thought I was getting to the bottom, and then there's just the fucking, it's gone on for days here. Oh my god, I'm so slow. I forgot about this, about live streams. Like the chat just overtakes everything. Sorry, give me a second to catch up. Yes, melpomene alchemist. I am in a new place. I'm in a whole new country. I have left the United Kingdom. Natalie, hello from Cape Town, South Africa. Nice to see you. RG Fiesta, aloha from Japan. Let's see if I go. Fireside Psychic. I love your Piscean energy and your willingness to just let your feelings hang out. It's really fucking amazing. It's never used to be like that. That is a, relatively new thing. And by relatively new, I mean sort of last 5 years, 6 years, something like that. Hello, Julie Gustard. Oh, Infinity. I'm sorry. Well, they're good cries, though, right? Good cries. Good cries are okay. I'm just catching up here a little bit. Sorry, give me a second. Sai, you really need to come over to Circle. If you like this sort of thing, you should come over to Circle, because it's a very good space. And it has lots of this sort of thing in there. Oh, there you go, TC38 Cole, thank you. Sort of repping the Circle group. Illuminatrix Tarot. As a tarot reader, how do you, I assume it says you, avoid people's reactions influencing how what you share in personal readings? I found it to be an interference in some way, even when I don't want it to. People pleasing. That's an interesting question. I think, just to double check that what you mean is you know, how do you speak the truth without people's reaction dictating? The way that I would answer that is that, well, it's a highly intuitive thing, right? So I have clients where I can be utterly fucking brutal and you have no idea. Like, I really sometimes am utterly fucking brutal because it's what the situation requires, and I understand innately that the person in front of me needs to hear something on that level. On the other hand, I have other clients that I would treat very, very carefully with kid gloves, and I would hold them by the hand while they walked themselves to a particular insight, I'll put it that way. It's as much a part of the intuitive art, I think, as the messages that you're picking up in the first place. I mean, you have to be able to read the energy that is right in front of you. And for me, like, I do a lot of personal readings by pre-recorded. You know, those people are not sitting in front of me. All I have is a piece of paper and what they have written on it, whether it is a lot or sometimes it's literally just a sentence or two. You've got to kind of sit with that and know the energy that is sitting in front of you before you even start opening your mouth about things. Now, I have a particular reputation for being very truthful about things, and that I guard fiercely, because that's really, really important to me, that when people come to me, then they know that I'm going to give them the truth. But if somebody's in a really, really bad way, what they don't need is a verbal slap with their stuff, right? So it's judging each situation on its merits. It's not about being interfered with by somebody else's reaction. It's about kind of tuning into what is it that they need right there and then, and where is the intersection between that and the truth. So what do they need in terms of truthful stuff, not what do they need in terms of ego stroking and whatnot. You know, what do they need to hear? How much of that do they need to hear? And kind of work from there. It's not something I've ever really needed to think too hard about, to be honest, and it's only with you asking that question that I've even really thought about it. But that would be it right there. It's nice to see you, Suzanne Wansley. Hello from Portugal. You were listening to September Leo over again. I can't even remember what it's about. The October one will be coming out very soon. Charm said, you've said a couple of times that something is coming in 2025. I just switched phones and jumped to a different live stream for a moment, and somebody there said we're in it. Well, like, be under no illusions, we have actually been in it very obviously since 2020. Like, I want to be really, really clear about that. Like, all of the events of 2020, and you know what I'm talking about, were a precursor to what comes next. Now, the insidious nature of what is coming is 100% is already here. When I'm saying that something is coming in 2025, it's because now it's time for people to attend to that. Like, for the last 4 years, it's been about very deep introspection. It's been about very deep personal work. But none of that has been simply to make your lives a better place. We're all here to learn, and we're all here charged with a spiritual mission. That I believe very, very strongly. Now, when I said earlier that I do believe that a lot of people are going to see that currently do not see, they will see next year. It's because everything becomes much more overt. Now, for people like me, in 2020, it was overt. It was incredibly overt, and I know a few people for whom that was true too. With others, it's taken longer, but they have got there. With more still, there is a sense that there is something wrong, but other than that, a state of pure oblivion. And I think that there will be very few people who will be able to maintain that state of blissful ignorance, if you will, come the events of 2025. Because there's nothing under the radar here. It's not just like another thing that we can grumble about. I mean, it gets overt, it gets loud. There's a lot of Aries energy next year. You know, we're going to have Neptune moving into Aries. We're going to have Saturn moving into Aries. We're going to have Uranus moving into Gemini. Like, all of the outer planets are moving into masculine signs, and you don't have to think too hard on what that could mean in terms of that kind of level of overt masculine energy permeating through everything, to see that there are problems on their way in. Problems are already here, but there are overt problems coming in that are going to require people who can to be part of the... I don't think it can be mitigated. I want to be really clear about that. I don't think it can be mitigated, really. It's just hard. So you are all teachers, you are all leaders, you are all guides, and you are that by virtue of the fact that you have spent the last few years, very minimum, doing your work. Like I said, none of this is to make sure that you just, have a wonderful life for the rest of your days. You're here to do something important. It's just that most people weren't ready for that in 2020, or 2021, or 2022, or 2023. But we're now knocking on the door of 2025, and everybody is ready. And if you're not quite ready, you've maybe got another couple of months, you've got 5 minutes to put your shoes on. It's that kind of energy, and it's here now. And what's changed in this 4 years, I think, is the degree to which people are allowing themselves to believe in higher forces, spiritual missions, things like this, realizing that they are souls living human experiences who are here to do something really important, and without that knowledge, without that belief, how many would actually step forward and engage with that spiritual role? Not as many as we need. Like, that's what I'm saying here. And the problem is, and I've made this observation several times, actually just in the last 6 months, that if I was to have a criticism of me, it's that I'm too early. I ring the bell too fucking early, and maybe that's... I don't really know how to get around that. Because if you ring the bell too early, people go, what the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, it's fucking obvious, can you not see? Like, look at this, it's on its way in. And they're like, what? What are you talking about? You're a fucking loon. And oh, that old chestnut again. Yeah, all right then, that's fine. And then step by step, over, quite frankly, a laborious time frame, we end up at a point where people go, oh, do you see that? I'm like, yeah, I saw, yeah, there it is. Can we do something about it now, please? It's that serious. I really do think it is that serious. And so I couldn't be banging the drum for that in 2020 and 2023, even though I kind of did a little bit. I did bang that drum, but like quietly, because we needed everybody to be ready, and you need to focus with your whole self on the things that were stopping you from being ready. And here we are, Joni, that's a very, very good observation there. Joni says, I think as a Capricorn sun that I internalise and put too much stock in believing my external input. One of my hardest lessons was that I am not responsible for holding the whole world together. I mean, touche, amen. Yeah, 100%. And that can be really discombobulating for a Capricorn to try and get their head around, because everything about the Capricorn experience is that responsibility, duty, delayed gratification, being praised for your output, being like, oh, well done, what have you done? What have you achieved? There's nothing about the inherent acceptance and of simply being, right? It's like, no, wait, let's check your output, and everything like that is like, Sam and Sue, I'm glad that you started watching the World Astrology Report. It is a fantastic channel. Adam Ellenbaas is actually Dan Waite's old astrology teacher. So I was really pleased to see the pair of them together. It was really good. Charm, I'm just reading this comment that you've put here. Something else that came up in that chat was the idea that whatever we have access to now, we have because they are allowing it. When they decide to cut people off, it's done. I'm not quite sure what you mean by that. Like, who is they and what do we have access to? And see a couple of ways in which that could be interpreted. I'd appreciate it if you would clarify which one it is, because largely I agree, but I just want to check. Thank you, Jane Esselin. That was very, very kind of you to say. And you, Debbie, as well. Thank you. Am I actually going to get to the bottom of this? Thank you, Hedy Uriel. I appreciate that. Frankie Joy. The Circle community is an absolutely outstanding space. I moved over from Patreon at the end of 2022 because I'd been on Patreon for 2 years, and there were a few things that were really starting to irritate me about the platform. The first is they absolutely will not fucking innovate one aspect of anything. It was like they dominated the market and they knew they'd dominated it, so they didn't actually have to put any effort into making it any better. So navigation around the site was really clunky, and there was little to no prospect of people being able to talk to each other, and that really riled me a little bit, because the vision that I'd had for a community space was, and this was off the back of doing so many personal readings, that I would meet all of these really outstanding, awesome people, and I'd be like, God, the stuff in your head's really, really useful. Like, more people should know about this. And then I'd meet somebody else and I'd be like, God, I met someone last week that I know you would get on really, really well with. And there just wasn't that opportunity for interaction on Patreon. So I actually spoke to the people on Patreon and I was like, look, this isn't really working for me anymore. And it was actually spurred by the fact that there came a point then when I could not embed my extended videos in there anymore. And that, by and large, was the only thing that Patreon was actually any use for at all. So I said to them, do you have do you have any recommendations for something else that fits the bill a little bit more than this? I need to be able to embed extended videos, but I want to be able to have you all chatting to each other as well, right? Instead of me kind of spoon feeding you the extended readings every month, because that's kind of what I feel like I'm doing, and it's not good. And I kept getting the same recommendation every time, which was there were a few others and Mighty Networks and stuff like that, but Circle kept coming up again and again and again. So I got in touch with Circle, and Circle immediately assigned me a rep, I guess, which was amazing, because in 2.5 years of being on Patreon, I could not get anyone to answer a customer services inquiry from me at all. Like, they just leave you to it. And I had like 3 meetings with this dude where they went through the functionality of this site and explained what it was, and I told them what I needed and stuff, and they were like, well, we think you're a really good fit. And I was like, I think you're a really good fit for what I want. So what Circle is like a social network, but it has, one of the things that's really cool about it is it has spaces, right? So there's a space for Aquarius, there's one for Libra, Gemini, right? All of the signs have got their own space, and there are other spaces besides that cover different things. Now, you can choose to be a part of all of the spaces, or you can take yourself out of some. So I remember being really, really tickled when going through the spaces and explaining to people when I first set Circle up what was going on, to see that everybody had chosen to be in all of the spaces apart from one Pisces, who only wanted to be in the Pisces space. I thought that was so sweet. But that was one of the big things that I really liked about it, right? So if you're not interested in astrology and you don't want to have conversations about astrology, you can just take yourself out of the astrology space, and then it doesn't show up on your feed. I've got resources on there, like there are PDFs of books, there are all sorts of things. We've got classes that have run over there, we've got recordings of events that have happened over there. There's live streams. I've tried to get one a live stream in a month there for a while. But the biggest thing, obviously, is that all of the extended readings that I do for all of the signs, so you're looking at like, what, 22, 24 hours worth of content, all goes on Circle. And if you're a member of Circle, you've got access to all of those. So if you're, I don't know, for example, Aquarius Sun, Libra Moon, Gemini Ascendant, for the cost of the membership, you can go in, you can watch all of those. You get all of the, you get access, early access to the YouTube videos. So they're up on Circle before anybody sees them on YouTube. And you can watch any extended you like. So if you want to start watching for your moon and for your ascendant, for your Venus, for your Mars, you can do that. But the thing that is most important for me is the fact that people can talk to each other. People can post things, that there are conversations that are going on there. There are people that are far more qualified than I in a whole range of different esoteric modalities, who can all contribute and get in touch with each other. Now, there are other things as well about it, but that essentially is a kind of overview. Circle people who are in the chat this evening, can you confirm that everything that I've just said is true? But also, you know, if I've forgotten anything, like, throw that in there as well. It's a really nice space. It's a really nice space. It's got really good people in it. And I honestly have to say, without the support of the people on Circle this year, the emotional support, I'm not sure that the channel would exist anymore, because there was a point at the beginning of the year where I very nearly kicked everything over, as I am wont to do, because life path 8 things, right? When stuff gets a little bit too much, it's like, well, I'm just going to torture everything. And it was the people on Circle, who I am blessed, I think, to call friends, that kind of nurtured me through that. And, like, fair play to them. Like, massive props to them for doing that. Because they didn't need to. They didn't have to, but they did. And I appreciate them violently for it. If they knew how much I loved them, they would run away. Tarot Psychic Healer. I'm a UK 22 date of birth, aligning with soul purpose. Yes, you are. 22's being activated the world fucking over right now. Like, was it in the Sag reading? I went off on a bit of a bender about the 22's. I think it was. Seriously, like all but 4 of the personal readings that I've done for the last month have had people turning up with 22 in their numbers. Now you tell me that doesn't mean that there's something big shifting. If all the master builders are stepping forwards, which they are, it means that things have degraded to such an extent now that they are required to step forward. Like, they all turned up at the same time. Everybody got access to the diary at the same time, and all the 22s booked at once. After a year, after years, I'm not really seeing that many of them because they're busy, following their own vision and stuff. All showed up. That's a big deal. I am a dinosaur. Professor of religion here. Oh my God, I would love to sit down and talk to you about this. I would love to be a professor of religion. I really would. I would really love to. Because philosophy was actually my first love, I have to say. And religious philosophy kind of is in there as well. Legal philosophy, all the philosophies. Spirituality and empirical observations of reality are very much not separated in many different cultural contexts, particularly indigenous religions' ways of knowing. Indeed. Did you know my master's thesis, which was not in religion, was in fact in international business law, was actually focused on indigenous knowledge. But there you go. Anyway. Thank you, Nicole. My daughter says I look like she says I have a classic look about me that suggests that I don't know what an iPhone is. I said, okay. She was like, in the best possible way, and I was like, no, I'm fine with that. I get pre-Raphaelite quite a lot. I think it's because of the long face, Sorry, just scrolling. Give me a second. Corey M, do you have an advice for a Life Path 6 person? My advice would be that collective is good, togetherness is good, but it's no replacement for doing your own work first. And I would be very, very careful of where you seek to try and bring people together as a replacement for that. No, I'm not suggesting that you're not doing your own personal work and all that sort of stuff, but did you know that by far and away world dictators tend to be both Life Path 6s and Sagittarians? Do you know how I know that? Because I actually sat down and worked it out one morning before I had a session booked with my mentor, Richard Abbott. And I was sat thinking about the fact that I was going to be having a session with him later that afternoon while having my morning tab and coffee. And I was like, I wonder if there's something that links world dictators and yeah, by far and away, Life Path 6s and Sagittarians. And I asked him about it, and I said, "Is it because they take collectivism to like a, pathological extent?" And he was like, "That is what I think it is as well." Because I said, "Did you know?" And he was like, "Yeah, of course I knew." And I was like, "Fuck, all right." And yeah, so that was the thing. Got to be careful about getting too ideological about togetherness, too pathological about it. But it's needed at the same time. Anywho, let's see. Destiny, Bigfoot. Do you use any other divine tools? Example, pendulums, crystals, crystal balls. I own all of those. I use things when it feels right to use them. So I've also done things like literally flower divination and all sorts of things. Bibliomancy. I use bibliomancy an awful lot. Where I just go grab any book and then just flip it open. What do I need to know right now? It's there. First sentence you lay your eyes on. Do that quite a lot. But yeah, I pretty use anything that I happen to have lying around. The thing is, I sort of operate from the idea that, you know, when you're open to the message, everyone and everything is a messenger. So probably more often than I would use a pendulum, I'll pay attention to an animal that just appears. It's got a message for me. Pisces will attest to this. There was a honeybee in the reading the other day. Was it Taurus? My kitten broke in through the window. I had to take a little kitten break to retrieve her, put her outside. Animals are important, really important, and they're quite, yeah, they have a lot to say. So I pay attention to that. Fireside Myth, a psychic, been there, done that. Like I said. Iwona, will you tell us anything about Scorpios, please? I haven't done your reading yet. I shall tell you when I've done it. You'll know when I know. Sorry, that's not a strange question at all. It is absolutely 100% the reality of the world right now. And it's not kind of like it's actually are. So yes. I am the captain of this ship that harbours my soul. Touche, Desert Rose. I like that very much. Oh, good, Hayley. I'm glad. I thought I went off on a bit of a tangent there, but if you resonated with it, that's good. I like that. Do you like Halloween? I do, Shisha. I do very much. And my twins, my little Libra twins, have always had Halloween-themed birthdays. So it's like their favourite time of year as well, which has just intensified my love for it too. Cindy, yes, I did move to Bulgaria. I did. Jane Nelson, Scorched moved to Bulgaria. Yes, I did. Yeah, oh, there's all this confirmation. Yes, I am now a resident of Bulgaria. And no regrets. Best thing I ever did. 100%. Let me see. Sorry, I just keep zoning out because I'm reading and then I forget that I'm, you know, you're basically just looking at me reading and that's not very entertaining. This. Okay. I don't know why they pay. Are there commercials in the middle of the live stream? That's a bit obnoxious. I'm sorry about that. That's really annoying. Lavinia, what does it mean to have the same sun sign and the ascendant? Mine is in Pisces. It's simply an alignment between who you are and the way that you see the world, the way that you process the information of it. It's a bit like, you know, whenever you have multiple placements in a particular sign, it's an emphasis of that kind of energy on you. So like I have a shitload of Leo placements, but then I also have other things that kind of balance out that fire. So Sun Leo, Leo moon, but then a Capricorn ascendant. So it's kind of funneling all the Leo energy through something that is kind of more Capricorn in its presentation, right? For you, the sun and the ascendant align. Like, I'd be interested to know what your moon is, because your moon's kind of sitting in the middle of all of that. Yeah, and then I have I have a water sign Venus, and I have a air sign Mars, and then I've got Jupiter and Saturn both in earth signs as well. So I kind of got a decent spread. Uranus is in a water sign as well. Oh, bless you, Fireside Psychic. I know you can see a Leo shining through. Pretty clear light to me. I feel Leo in my soul. Do you know what I mean? Like, really feel Leo in my soul, and I think that's probably why I reacted so badly to the Vedic astrology. Just like, what do you mean I'm Cancer, Sag? Ew. Oh, I'm a bit more chill about it now. Oh, bless you, Susan Tomasini. Thank you. That's very sweet. Another Taurus that takes notes. I'm telling you, it's a thing. No one's going to hate on a Virgo Sun, Cap Ascendant, Clerkin. Don't you worry. Whoa. Every time I think I'm getting to the bottom of the chat, it refreshes, and then the little thing at the side disappears right the way up there. So, what's this? People talking about autism. They're talking about I saw the word autist there. Let me see. I'm sure somebody asked, but I didn't catch it as I was scrolling up, whether it was something about having an actual diagnosis or self-diagnosing. I have a literal diagnosis. I self-diagnosed for about 4 years, but I have a literal diagnosis that I got in 2022, I think. And then I was immediately cross with myself for even having done it. I remember while I was waiting for the results to come through, confessing to my daughter that I was a little bit concerned that I was not going to pass my autism test, and she looked at me and just raised an eyebrow and went, "That's the most autistic thing I've ever heard," and then we both laughed. Yes, so I have actual diagnosis, as do my children, but I don't think I needed it. I was annoyed with myself because the self-diagnosis really was more than adequate. It changes nothing. It changed nothing to have the piece of paper in my hand. It was pieces of paper in my hand. With my children, it was different, and I was actually getting their diagnoses was incredibly important, and actually was very helpful in the last couple of years. So, but I didn't really need it, and I was annoyed with myself for feeling like I did. It was another representation of that kind of like piece of paper in hand, confirm, multipass, like Lilu from fucking The Fifth Element. Not necessary. Really wasn't necessary. I don't know if I have... Oh, fucking hell. Oh, Charm, thank you for clarifying. Context was primarily in access to internet and how it's been throttled to limit access. More of our lives tied to digital realm, but we can be cut off. Yes, I read a stat in, 2022, maybe 2021, that said as of that point, only 38% of the traffic on the internet was actually human, which is very interesting, which is why I often don't engage that much with comments and things like that, because that means 62% is bots and scripts and all that kind of thing. Like, I feel like people think that there are many more people around in the internet space than actually are. And I mean, there are whole rabbit holes you can go down on this one. But no, I mean, where did it just happen? Was it India or Pakistan? Oh, shit. I can't remember. just recently, in the last few weeks, there was something that happened in a country that may or may not have been India or Pakistan, where the government decided that they were just going to cut off the internet because they didn't want people inflaming each other and reporting on something that had just happened. So they cut the internet, and most governments have a kill switch for the internet. Did you know that? Just found out about 2 weeks ago. I remember reading to my partner that the UK government has a kill switch for the internet. They can cut it at will, and when it is time, that is exactly what they will do. Oh, Catherine Clark, that's really sweet. Thank you. Catherine says, I've watched you from the beginning. I watched your early Sagittarius reading back in 2019 the other day and went through some over other times until now. Wow, you're so pure and it's constant. Bless you. That's really sweet. It's really sweet. As I said, it's one of the things that I didn't really know. When I started the channel, whether it was going to be a consistent thing or whether it was just going to change from month to month, like the people that showed up and the stories that were being told. And I've loved the fact that it has been this journey. And it's, you know, when I say I really fucking care, I really do, because you have no idea how invested I am in all of you. Like, across every single fucking sign, I am so invested in helping you get out there and change the world. Like, that's my job. I'm not here to change the world. You're all here to change the world. I'm just here to help you do it. I am very aware of my cog in the machine place. And, you know, being able to watch you do it, I'm like a proud fucking parent. That's all it is. Just like that. Patreon sucks. I'm afraid that it would. To be fair to Patreon, they're very good for entry-level everything. One of the other things that really irritated me about them is this kind of a good thing when you start on Patreon, is that they don't charge you up front for what you do, right? So when I say it's good for entry level, it really is, because you can just sort of step into it and put your feelers out, and then you can start to build from there. But you know, all of the other things aside, like refusing to innovate and refusing to deal with the clunkiness of the site and make it a more streamlined issue and stuff, what they do is they deduct their fees from what you earn. Now, platform fees and payment transaction fees and you know, your essentially renting of their digital real estate. They take all of that in the background. And what the number that they show you, which is a good thing, is what you actually earn. But what they don't tell you, and they're not very upfront about, is how much they've taken off you. So it came to a point where I went digging, and the information is there. You can find it, but it's not terribly intuitive as to where it is. So I dug around for a while, and I found it, and I saw how much they were taking off me. And I was like, holy fucking shit. That is outrageous, actually. And when I looked into Circle, although Circle was a hella big upfront fee, and I pay a massive upfront fee every month for the service, that's it. That's what they take. They don't skim a percentage of everything that you earn. Which is a much more honest way round of doing things. Now, obviously, I have to pay like Stripe platform fees and stuff like that on every transaction that comes in, but it's a much more, I think it's a much more fair way of conducting business. So it's fine initially, but when your community begins to grow, you need something other than Patreon. That's what I would say. Let's have a look here. Hello, Conan. Good to see you. Sorry, it's the door. Yeah, Attunement Tarot. I probably should, like... Circle's one of those things that I would really, really love more people to be involved in, but, like... I think there's a fine line between sort of telling people that something is there and then like actively selling shit at people, and I don't want to do that. Like, I actually don't want to do that at all. I feel like if it's time for you to come and be part of the community, then you'll just get that nudge, you'll get that feeling, and you'll come over and join. I kind of get irritated with those videos on YouTube, and it's right across YouTube. It's not limited to, you know, the tarot space or astrology space or anything like that. But they spend the first 15 minutes telling you about this workshop that you can join up for, and this thing and that thing and the other. It's like I drop it in, I let you know it's there. If you're interested, you can come look. But I probably should spend more time actually explaining to people what that actually is. So, put my business head on. But this isn't really a business, you know, it doesn't really work like that. Okay, interesting. Jed, that's a really nice thing to say. Thank you, I appreciate that. Jed says, best $9 I spend every month. Thank you. And Marion also says, circle is epic. Oh my gosh, look at all these circle people here. Denise just waiting for the dating site option on your circle. Oh, TC38 Cole, Carrie used to have a message waiting for you on Circle. I'm so sorry. I've been absolutely balls deep in personal readings and trying to get the October readings done, so I've been kind of dashing at Circle, posting shit, and then dashing away again. I need to spend a morning just catching up on everything. I'm sorry. Yeah, big shout out to the 22s. You got work to do. You don't have to download the Circle app, although I think the app is really quite good. You can access it on the browser as well. It's whatever works for you is cool. Like, I've got a Huawei phone, so not much works with it, which is why I've got it. So I don't really get notifications for anything, which is great for my nervous system because it really jangles me when my phone's going off all the time. But it doesn't play with anything to do with Google at all. So by and large, most things I have to kind of sideload. But the Circle app is one of those things that does work on my phone, so that's good. Clerkin, what's this? I've just read in Bringers of Dawn about Master 22 stepping forward. Is this a thing that other people are picking up on as well then? I'm just going to write this down. What is Bringers of Dawn? Is it a book? Is it a magazine? Is it a blog? What is it? Let me know. Bringers of Dawn. Let me just scribble that down. Ava, that sounds like a Reed trait. To burn everything. Burn down everything you've built. Like, I have to say, it's something occasionally I have struggled with. I do. I understand it to be quite a life path reaction to things as well. It's just kind of like that ultimate way of regaining control over your existence is to just literally burn everything down that you have built, because yeah. But that's not very helpful. It actually usually just indicates that there's something that I need to work through. You know. I'm gonna scroll. I did a reading for a woman who was a quadruple 9. Couldn't fucking believe it. I was stunned for like half of the reading. I didn't know such things existed, such people existed. Thank you, Nicole. That's very kind of you to say. TC38 Cole, I do think that autistic people have they have a lot to share. They have a lot of, like, I don't know. I could go into a massive rant about that but I'll probably save that for another time. Let's just say I don't see it as a disability. And I'm quite lucky to have a partner who understands when I look at him, just blink and go, that he needs to remind you.
Yeah, I just don't have the bit of paper.
I'm not convinced that that's not just because you're a Sag and you bounce all over the place, and I go, just stop, make sense, go back to the beginning, let me follow what it is that you've actually said, because you're pinging all over the shop and I can't work it out. Medusa's Lair says most serial killers are Geminis, Pisceans, Sagittarians and Taurians, or the ones that get caught anyway. Most crimes of passion committed by Cancerians. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest, but I've always thought it was incredibly funny that Scorpio doesn't rate higher on serial killers. I think it's just because they don't get caught. I'm absolutely convinced of it. Wolf Fairy, it doesn't matter if you hate it. That's the thing. Like, it's one of the things that I've realised over the last 5 years. Like, it doesn't matter how much I fucking hate how much I have worked on myself. At the point where I'm working on myself and I'm trying to break through something, it's like, the universe doesn't give a shit. Get on with it. And there's so many times where I go, it's not fair. I don't like this. I hate it. I don't. Still there. Still not going anywhere. Still got to work on it. I kind of got to the point where I a little bit more accepting than usual, than I have been over the course of my life, you know. Anyway. Salmon Sue, what was the name of the Astro channel you mentioned earlier, Carrie? Not Astrology Report or Ellen Bass. It was after that. Was it the Peace Dealer? Peace Dealer's not. He's not. Oh no, he is. He's got a YouTube channel. He has got a YouTube channel. I came across him on Instagram. He's got quite a big following on Instagram, and he posts a lot on there. I think he posts considerably less on YouTube. It seems like Instagram's his main outlet. But there is a YouTube channel. I did find it a few months ago, actually, so just ignore what I said there. But yes, the Peace Dealer. You must go follow him. Tell him I sent you, because he is just magnificent and I love him to bits. I would love to meet him one day. He's awesome. I just feel like we'd get on. Anyway. Ty has asked if someone would be willing to upload the link to Circle, please. It's actually listed in every single one of my videos in the description box. It's always the second link. Mostly always the second link. Sometimes it's the third link. But it will say link to Circle, join Circle or something like that. Jennifer, what is great about Bulgaria? Fuck me, where do I start? Okay, well, it doesn't rain for 364 days of the year, so there's big tick in the box, number one. I actually said to a friend of mine a little while ago, it was earlier this year, he was like, how are you doing? I was like, mate, I feel like my soul is damp and going a little bit mouldy at the corners. It's just rained non-stop since last July, and I can't deal with this anymore. He thought it was really funny. I was being entirely fucking serious, to be honest. So what is great about Bulgaria? Well, property prices are such that I have actually been able to buy my home. Something that I never thought I would be able to do, certainly not in the UK. Was that ever going to be a possibility? But I have bought my own home and I have land that I can grow food on. That is very important to me because growing vegetables is my happy place. Not only because I just simply love watching vegetables grow, but also because I think being able to feed yourself is going to increasingly be very, very important in the future, and I've got an eye on the future and how I will look after my family. So that's the thing. I like the attitude that the Bulgarians have to their government, which is, shut up, we're doing what we're doing, and you're not going to tell us not to do those things. That's, put it this way, I find Bulgaria is very much in alignment with my values and my principles and the way that I want to live my life, and the UK is not, as things stand. So it's also inordinately beautiful. It is the most beautiful country I have ever seen in my life. A metric fuck ton of trees. It's just forest. Everywhere you look, it's forest. And mountains. And it also has super fast internet. Like, no shit, my upload is 100 times faster here than it was in the UK. The download is 5 times faster. Something like that. I think it's a better place to bring up children. I love everything about it. Absolutely everything about it. Oh, there's a lot of commercials. It's fucking annoying. Sorry about that, Fireside Psychic. Like, I find commercials really fucking obnoxious, personally, and so I generally... well, you'll notice I don't run any ads in my fucking videos because they're just so jarring to the fucking soul. My partner and I were watching something for a reason on the laptop the other day, and there were adverts in that. It wasn't YouTube. It was a TV thing, and I looked at him and I was like, adverts are really fucking weird, because we don't watch TV. I haven't watched TV in years. I just don't do it. So things like adverts don't really come across. Like, when they come up on YouTube for things, well, they don't, because I use Brave browser, and so I just don't get adverts ever. But if there's like a 5-second ad at the beginning of the thing, I'm literally like, I'm not listening to you, I'm not looking, skip. And I don't do that. Anyway, no, Molly Finnegan. Yeah, you are amazing, you do see me. Pisces reading, you said, I feel like I'm on drugs. Me all August. Honestly, it's like, that's how I feel every single time I connect to Pisces energy. It's the best description I can come up with as a fairly grounded, like, earthy. But so I am kind of earthy, right? I've got a lot of earth in my chart, I've got a lot of fire in my chart. I connect with Pisces and I'm like, I can't see what's going on. It's all over the shop. Oh, Julie Giles, ringing the bell too early sounds like your South Node in Aquarius. Every Aquarian knows what it's like to ring the bell before it's to come to the mainstream purview. That's a really sharp observation, and not one that I considered before, but you are probably correct. Because the only other person that I know that was ringing the bell really fucking hard was you. Right, welcome back.
Sorry.
Hello. And you are also an Aquarius South Node, so there may well be something in that. Sorry, I can't sing Bulgaria's praises highly enough. I really can't. If your son's a big fan, like, go.
It's the freedom that's available in this country.
Yeah, there is a degree of freedom that is possible here that is not possible in Western Europe, in my opinion. Simply because, the Bulgarians were occupied by the Turks for a very long time, like 500 years. They were under Ottoman rule. And then they were liberated by the Russians, who then inflicted communism on them. And communism is within living memory of any Bulgarian who is my age or older. Now, to be able to talk to people who actually lived through that, rather than getting that information from a book, it's created a particular mindset within the Bulgarian people, which is very much one of personal responsibility, right? You don't tell us what to do. We don't want anything from the state. We're just going to do our thing here, right? And that not allowing the state to get too large really chimes with everything that I am about, which is personal responsibility. Like, you be accountable for yourself, you be responsible for yourself. Don't look for, safety nets to be given to you right, left and centre. You must see how that rings all the bells for me, ticks all the boxes. It's like, yes, I am perfectly content with life being less convenient if I get to have more say over what I do, what I eat, where I go, all of it. It's not something that's possible in the UK anymore. River. It's very close to my daughter's name, that. You think Bulgaria is that great? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Is there much diversity? Yes and no. I'd say. I mean, there are a lot of nationalities that live in Bulgaria. You've got the Bulgarians, but you've also got what are essentially ethnic Turks who also live here. You've got a fairly big gypsy population as well. And they're there's no issue there with them at all. You have to be more specific about what kind of diversity you were looking for, but there's plenty around. But yes, TC38 Cole, you've nailed that as well. It is my spiritual home. And I think it's my partner's spiritual home as well, and we both had very similar... Well, we both had a funny experience in a field. It's not how it sounds. As in, we were walking in a field, and it was a field that both of us were quite aware that we'd been in before, even though we had never set foot in this particular place. And so my partner was skipping around like a goat, actually. That's what you were doing. And I was kind of like, well, what am I feeling? What is this thing that I've... And it was just recognition. And we both had that. So, you got to go where your soul is, right? Where your soul wants to be. Astrology ambience. My grandfather moved Mum's family to the country during the Depression so we can grow our own food and not starve. Yeah, I think that your grandfather is a very wise man. 100%. So let's have a look here. I see you're all connecting in the comments now as well. You're going to go and find each other on Circle. That's absolutely outstanding. I love it. Chance for Bulgaria. Bulgaria is brilliant.
I think the fact that Bulgaria online was described as a very different country to what it actually is.
But my partner also makes a very good point, which is that, and this was something that I noticed the first time that I came over, I've talked about that before, was that I felt like Eastern Europe had been sold to me as a Western Europe person as a very different thing. Whenever you see pictures of it, it's all grey. It's like shades of grey. There's, when you see Eastern Europe referred to in the news, in films, and whatever, like, it's bleak. No, I'd actually come over here to visit a friend, and I came over to see the friend as it was. He was travelling, so I just kind of bimbled around the Pirin National Park for a little bit, and it absolutely wasn't grey and bleak. It was green and beautiful, and there was that sudden realisation that I had been subject to a level of propaganda that I had just you know, I'd just taken into myself and really not given any consideration to at all, until presented with evidence of the contrary. And the evidence of the contrary was beautiful mountains, beautiful trees, you know, like just peace and quiet. And a climate that is, at least in summer, very much like Greece. And I was like, I've been lied to. I can't believe I've been lied to. Narrator, she could believe she had been lied to. She couldn't believe that she'd believed it, though. That was the difference. So, Oh, I see. What a coincidence. Right, okay. Well, you go ahead and chant for Bulgaria then. Now I understand what's just occurred. River. Jessica Depew, sorry. I love your readings and immensely enjoy what you bring to the table. No pun intended. Thank you for keeping it real and not sensationalising your content. It is so sufficient. Appreciated. You are very welcome, and thank you for the observation. Now try... Wait, what's the point in clickbaiting? Like, I am not for everyone, and I'm well aware of that. And that's okay. That's as it should be. I've no intention of getting clickbaity or sensationalising anything, or you know, going down the road of people pleasing and spoon feeding people sugar. Like, no, it's just really bad for you. I'm not going to do that. No, I'm not. I can't do that. Do you know what's really funny, TC38 Carl? I had no idea that you were Cade. I didn't realise. Okay. Alright, that makes all sorts of sense now. Right. Okay. Good. I have to tell you, TC38 has got the most beautiful smile you'll ever see. I can tell you that for a fact. What's that? Joni, what the fuck? Don't even say that word. He's in the room. No, I haven't got one yet.
Good.
No! Good. No, we're not getting it. He's still trying to convince me to get a goat. I said no. I'm still saying no, and he's still trying to convince me that what I need is every morning is to wake up and go out to see the goat with a cigarette, so that the goat can go at me. And I was like, no, that seems like the most traumatic way to start my day possible. I don't want that. That doesn't sound like a lot of fun. But he's so sure that we should have a goat anyway. Oh, Pandora, you're Bulgarian. Cool. Pandora says it's so damn funny, as I just thought I would gladly meet you in person, and the next thing you say is that you've moved to Bulgaria and I live here. I'm a native. Ah, well, добре дошли в моята къща. Maybe we shall meet at some point. Debbie, you were named after a goat. Wow. So if I ever do get a goat, we'll name it Debbie in your honour. How about that? Yeah, see, Renee Grin has said, here in the States, property owners are taxed to the max. Hard to find a reasonable home with a yard for gardeners. Right, so let me give you a comparison. My council tax in the UK was coming in at what, £3,500 a year. Was that right? And that was, it seems, for the privilege of having my bin emptied once a fortnight. As far as I could tell, that's what it is, right? And if you're in the UK, you'll know the majority of your council tax goes on paying pensions for former council workers, right? It doesn't go into public services.
Just shy of £300 a month.
By contrast, here, what was the council tax? Was it £18
for the year.
for the year?
We have bins, we can put anything in.
Yeah, we can put anything that we want in our bins. We don't get shitty notes that are left on the bin saying, oh no, you put glass in here, what are you doing? Now we're not going to empty your bin till next time, till you've taken the offending article out. Paid the electricity bill.
Well, to break it down, we pay peak time per kilowatt.
No, don't get boring with details like that. No, people don't need to know about that. No, it's like, it was 45 lev for 3 months. To be clear, there is 2.3 lev to a pound. So my electricity bill for 3 months was £18, as opposed to the £600 a month it was costing me to live in the UK. And that was after it came down, because it did peak at almost, they tried to take almost £900 a month from me, and I cancelled my direct debit and said, you fuck off, I should pay for what I use, nothing more.
Car insurance and tax.
My rent was coming in at a ridiculous amount. Car insurance. In Bulgaria, you insure the car. You do not insure the person. So, and it's a set amount for the year. Now, I checked and it would cost 10 times more to insure our car in the UK than it would cost here. And how much was the road tax for the year?
The car and the road tax worked out like £132 English money.
That was 113. It was £113 to insure the car for the year and pay the road tax for the year.
We can drive anywhere in Europe and the UK.
Yes. So, you know, if you're looking for, you know, other reasons why I've left apart from this being my spiritual home and all of these kind of things, all of these benefits have actually just come in since we got here that we weren't aware of, you know. Anywho, oh fucking hell! Sorry, it's just updated again. Oh no! Don't all start talking about goats. Don't talk about goats. Oh, bless you, River. Thank you. Children or smaller heads. I don't think anything you do will end up clickbaiting. I don't think I have it in my I don't have it in me to clickbait people. I'd rather you show up because you want to be here, not because you're intrigued that you know, I'm going to give you some fucking so here's the thing, right? Because I'm as willing to tell you that things are going to be difficult as I am to say that things are going to be good. I would hope that because you know that I will tell you which one it is, when I say buck up, things are looking incredible here, you've got to lean into it, that you will trust that. But also when I say things are going to be a bit challenging, that you can also trust that too. Like, the trust factor is really, really important, and clickbait and all that sort of stuff is not it's not helpful at all. Alright, sleep well, Marion. Thank you for coming. I'll speak to you tomorrow. You know I will. I'll freaking dump one of my 45-minute voice notes on you. Oh, Rachel, no. Rachel says, I love goats. I think you should have a goat. No. Oh, Joni says goats multiple. You don't know what you're doing. You know, you just like, he's a loose cannon. The Sag, he's a loose cannon. He'll go and get a fucking goat. 3 goats. Hayley says you should have asked for 5 goats and then 1 goat would have been a compromise. Oh. Yeah. Oh, he didn't think about that. Yeah, he says it's a good idea. Well done. Oh. All right, Deborah. All right. So the goat has to be called Deborah, not Debbie.
Certainly near more.
Oh no! Hang on. Have you and Debbie conspired? Because now I'm naming a goat that I just said that I wasn't gonna get. Now it's got a name and everything. No. You're absolutely right, Juanita. You do need to sense a goat in your live chant. So you're gonna have to come up with something else instead. I'm getting triggered by the thoughts of goats. A fireside psychic. You only go out to see the goats and smoke your cigarette after you've had your coffee or tea, if that's your thing. Do you know how long it takes me to engage in the morning? I spend the first hour that I'm awake trying to cram my soul back into my body. I swear to God. As I get older, it tries to leave at will, and it's not willing. It's not willing to come back first thing in the morning. I have to force it in with coffee and cigarettes. It's true. Oh, fireside psychic. Your property tax in Reno is £9,000 a year. $9,000 a year. Beg your pardon. Well, you see exactly where I'm coming from. Then, I don't know how anybody can function in that sort of under those sorts of financial stresses, and for years I had always thought that it would never be possible for me to own my own home. And what is really interesting is that all of the housing instability that I experienced from 2021 onwards is actually kind of what pushed me towards this realization that actually maybe I just needed to move country. What I wanted wasn't possible where I was. I just had to think a bit bigger, and then everything kind of came together, and I was like, oh right, well that's what we do then. That's how we do this. Well, it's interesting you should say that, Si. I don't have strong Scorpio placements, but I do have an 8th house stellium, which makes Leo and Scorpio the dominant signature of my energy, apparently, so I've been told, which would make sense, right? Hello, Kimbo Willy Wonka. What an awesome handle. Shy talk. I swear to God, the way that this... Yeah, charm. Well, I'm kind of one of those people, as my son says, I don't really have passing thoughts. So when something occurs to me, when I see something and I can't unsee it, then I have to act on it. It's just... It's the way I'm built. I can't not do that. Sometimes that causes me incredible difficulty. But I do that. Oh no, okay, don't say that, because... I actually said the other day maybe we should get a donkey. Of course, Saj thought that was a great idea as well. Keep the dogs in line. We saw that video on Instagram of that donkey just like hurling that Labrador.
Donkeys you can push them and they just snap.
They're so docile most of the time, but then when they decide they've had enough, that's it. Just picked this Labrador up and hurled it about 6 feet. And the rest, yeah. Poor Labrador. Well, I said poor Labrador. The Labrador was being a bit of a cock, so, duck-only household. Ducks, I think we'll end up with ducks at some point. I'm quite certain of it. We'll do the chickens first, but chickens and ducks are very different for looking after, so I understand. I like chickens, because chickens put themselves to bed. Like, there's a neatness about chickens. Ducks, just anarchists, as I understand it. And I'm not sure there's room for more anarchists than me in the house at the moment. Hello, Laurie Lejour. Good to see you. Recognise your username. Sure. Oh, fireside psychic, that is rough. This is it. I know it got to a point where I was like, where's my line in the sand? The biggest thing for me is that I was working really, really hard for like 18 months, essentially just to keep our heads above water. And I was like, this is not living. Like, that life is supposed to be about more than this. Like, why are we here just putting up with this? And it's just creeping and creeping and creeping. What's the word that I'm looking for? It's just eroding any sense that it could be any different. There's a word that I'm looking for that I can't find, but essentially it was kind of like, let's just go somewhere else. Go to where you're treated best. That was certainly not where I was at all. Goat milk. I do like a bit of goat. I love goat's cheese, as I want to say. A bit of a slut for goat's cheese. Rachel, you have a Sag moon and a Cap rising. I get the goat. Like I'm the goat. I'm the goat here in this house.
You're not cutting the grass, though, are you?
No, I'm not. I'm not cutting the grass. That's true. And we actually do have quite a bit of land that needs clearing. I'm not going to chew that.
I think it'd be a really good animal to have to work the land. And
He's got his Mars in Capricorn, so whether I like it or not, I'm not the only goat. Yeah. I think this is charm. I think what you said there is really nailing it, things on the head as well. And I was very uncomfortable with banks becoming landlords, as is happening in the UK now. I think Lloyds Bank is on course to be the biggest landlord in the UK, and I think there's a pure conflict of interest there. I think when crunches happen, as you know, we are seeing coming in 2025, you bet your ass that people's literal stability and security by way of home ownership is going to be compromised, foreclosures and all that sort of stuff, and then the banks will just rent people's houses back to them. It's bad.
What are the cash restrictions in the UK compared out here? How much you can take out your account?
Partner's made another observation as well. Like in the UK, if you go to the bank and you want to take out more than, I don't know what it's like, more than £1,000 or something like that, you have to tell them why you're taking it out. You have to give them a good reason. If you don't give them a good reason, or if you refuse to answer the question, they refuse to give you your money. Of course, it's not your money though, because when you've put it into the bank, it's no longer your money. They can give you a credit note or whatever for it, give you some shares or something like that. But even down to the restrictions of how much you can take out in an ATM, and not here, there are none. Like, it's weird. You can put your card into a cash machine, and you can do it multiple times, and you can take out the maximum that it says that you can take out, which is something like, I don't know, it's like 1,000 lev. It depends on the cash point. Yeah. Some of them it's like 2,000 lev in one go, which is, I don't know, what, like 800 quid or something like that. But you can put your card back in and take that out again, and again, and again, essentially until the cash point ran out of money, if that's what you wanted to do. But you can't do that in the UK. Everything is controlled, and that's, I don't like that. I don't like that. Joni, stop manifesting goats. Stop it. Stop it right now. Joni is a Capricorn. She is manifesting goats. Pink G-Pin. Like, I honestly don't think that I would have made the leap without that housing instability that I was talking about. It was almost like the universe put it front and centre in my head, and I spent a year trying to find somewhere to move to, and it was the worst time. The 2021 was the worst time to try and move house. And rents went up through the fucking roof. It was really awful, and that instability of that year was worse than anything. And it really affected me, it affected the kids, it affected everyone. And I had to, kind of tracked it back to a mother wound issue eventually, sitting with it for long enough, and a desperate desire for security outside of myself rather than within. Taurus, so you're hearing the I pay attention. Right, so sometimes the message is for you, but sometimes it's also for me too. And it became very clear to me that what was unstable now was going to continue to be unstable in the future, and the only way that I could get around that was by doing something else, and this was the doing something else. So, you're very welcome, Jessica, and I'm glad I got it right. Oh God, Merciful Mermaid Tarot. No, that would be dreadful. That bee came buzzing past the microphone in the Pisces reading, then the dog came to the window, and if you get a goat there will be meh at the window during a video reading. Yes, that is exactly what will happen. So I was doing a personal reading last week, the week before, for a woman who was actually a dog trainer, and then all 4 of my dogs came and tried to bust into the room. They all came to say hello to her. I didn't ask them to do that. They've never done this before. But this window here It's actually because the land is kind of sloped and the house is kind of built into it. That's ground level out there. So dogs all, one by one came up to the window, and Silas actually tried to get in, and he's a big boy, like he can't, not supposed to get through that window. I was kind of like, yeah, very good, now leave please, dogs, but they'd all come they'd all come to say hello to the woman that I was reading for. Ooh, 10 acres of undeveloped land for $12,000, no banks. Cade, holy shit. I'm not sure if those days exist anymore in the States, but good on you. Right, we get some food in there. Astrology ambience, Leo, no talking in the morning till coffee and etc. Duh. Duh. Oh, fucking hell. That's just fucking updated again. Bollocks. Oh, we're on Chinese astrology now. I'm a metal monkey, by the way. I'll just share that with you. It's very funny. One of my lecturers at university was a Malaysian dude. And I don't know why, but he really, really liked it. Actually, I do know why. He said I reminded him of his niece, apparently. But we used to come and have chats, and one day he went, "Are you a metal monkey?" And I went, "Yes, I am." And everybody went, "What are you talking about?" And I was like, "I am, actually." And they were like, "What's a metal monkey?" I was like, "Chinese astrology." But yes, I am. He was like, "I thought so." So there you go. I've just seen a goat emoji. Can I get a reading? Oh man, no.
And the fact you can buy them on the back of people's.
So we actually went to the market. Oh, it was about a fortnight after we got here, maybe 3 weeks after we got here. And you can buy everything, like literally everything and anything at a Bulgarian market. And there's somewhat like, kind of like a cross between a market and a car boot sale. Right, so you go there and they've got melons, like literally melons this big for 1 lev. Bear in mind, 2.3 lev to the pound, right? So we're talking about like 40p for a watermelon, or feed a family of 5 for like 3 days. All sorts of things like copper stills for distilling rakia and things like that. Like old lady. There was this old Bulgarian lady, and my Bulgarian is not strong yet. We're getting there. We are getting there. But this was when I first got here as well. She had no teeth, and so she's speaking, and I'm like, fuck me, I'm deaf. I've got auditory processing disorder. I'm also trying to understand a foreign language where I lip read. Oh, fuck, I have no idea. In the end, I ended up just like giving my hand the money in and just let her pick out the coins for the honey. I bought pepper plants and chili plants and all sorts of things. But they have an animal section as well. You can go and buy chickens and quails, ducks. What else was there?
Several finches.
Finches, weirdly. I don't know why the finches were there. And then, so we're walking down this thing, and also there's a car boot there. Boot's open. In the back of the boot, there's 2 little goats. Little kids, goats. On some straw. Just cheesing around in the boot of this estate car. I was just like, the fuck is this? So we know where we could get them if we wanted to. Laurie, I moved to Bulgaria. I now live in Eastern Europe, and I'm loving it. Bulgaria is amazing. I literally cannot shill hard enough for Bulgaria. Summers like Greece. Winters, it has proper winters though, and they, 4.5 foot of snow overnight is not. It's not uncommon. We don't know whether it's going to be a mild winter or a furious one yet, but I just bought a thing. So the house that we're in has got no heating at all, which is obviously not a problem in the summer, but we're kind of thinking about winter-proofing the house. And my partner was like, right, we need to get pechka, which is what the Bulgarians use, this like little stove. And I was like, right, I've been thinking about this, and I think that if there is a possibility that the power will go off in the winter, which there is, I would be happier if we had a stove that I could cook on as well. And he went, "Oh, that was a really good idea." And I was like, "Yes, let's go have a look." And so I've got big stove. It's got 3 rings on the top. It's got an oven in it as well. And I'm like, so fucking excited about the stove. I can't even tell you. So it will heat the house, but it will also, I can make bread in there. I can make soup on the top, fucking kettle ring on it, and all sorts of things. And it was ridiculously expensive. No, the other one, ridiculously cheap. There we go. For what it is, because it's Bulgaria and everybody has a stove and everybody has things that they can cook on if the power goes out. You know, it's like there's a culture here of doing everything for yourself, so it's not weird. It's not it's not a new hobby for you to grow your own vegetables, or even actually like our neighbour just down there keeps rabbits for meat. It's what they do. Like, it's culturally, it's totally fucking normal, and everybody has, you know, things to mitigate the worst of winter. So you've got stoves in every room, and it's we won't have stoves in every room because we'll cook otherwise. But this big, it's very frontier-esque. I like it. Big stove on, and I'm very excited about cooking shit on it. Very excited. I really like cooking. So, and I really like cooking things that I've grown, which is wicked. Sarah, I do speak Bulgarian. That is true. I do speak Bulgarian. I'm not as good at it yet as I would like to. I can read much more than I can say. Yes. But I'm getting better, like the longer that I'm here. I was learning before I came out. And I got some basic stuff, but literally it's a daily thing. I'm learning new words. And today, well, actually it's the second time in a week I've as part of my immersing myself in the language, I followed loads of Bulgarian pages on Instagram and loads of Bulgarian people on Twitter, just so that I am constant, even if I'm not leaving the house, I'm constantly exposed to seeing it written down and reading it and all that kind of thing. And twice now, in less than a week, I have seen a meme and I've understood it. And it wasn't even that funny, but I fucking understood it, and that's the point. So I'm very happy about that. The other thing is that I started learning Russian when I was like 20. So I already could read the Cyrillic alphabet. It wasn't a problem at all. Because there's a whole story associated with it. But essentially my partner put me on a plane and dumped me in Bulgaria. Well, he looked after the kids as a birthday present for myself. It was just like, go, explore on your own, do a thing. I was like, oh my god. So I'm, arrive in this country that I've never been to before, who speak a language that I don't speak, and everything's in Cyrillic, so I can basically fucking read it. So I can navigate around, because I know where I'm going, following the road signs and stuff like that. And yeah, it wasn't a problem, because Bulgarian is Cyrillic as well. It's actually got 3 fewer letters in Bulgarian than they have in Russian, so there's only 30 letters in the Bulgarian alphabet as opposed to 33 in Russian. And some of the words are very similar. So kniga is like book in Russian, but it's also book in Bulgarian as well. But I've had to start pushing all of the Russian that I learned out of my head, because there are ways in which they are different. And I kept sliding into Russian instead of Bulgarian, which is not a problem up here in the mountains, because most people speak Russian, because communism wasn't that long ago for them. But people my age and younger don't speak Russian anymore, so like I need to make room in my head. Hermit9, any exciting plans for the channel? There are some things in the works, let's put it that way. There are some things that are occupying my time and attention at the moment. Some of that you probably won't ever see, to be honest, because of where it's directed, but I don't know, I'm kind of getting to the point where I feel like there's lots of things that need to switch up, but it's a case of trying to find the time and the mental space to plan those out, and I don't have that at the moment. I suspect I probably won't ever have that, and so I should just suck it up and do it alongside everything else that I'm doing. But I don't task switch very well, so I tend to lock in on whatever I'm doing, and then I just do that, you know. No, Linda, thank you very much for joining us. I appreciate you being here. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day, whatever you're doing. Laurie, do you have a cabin to rent? The States is getting out of hand. I swear to God, mate, like, I bought a house here with an acre of land for less than it would cost to put a deposit down on a 3-bedroom new build semi in the UK. An absolute fucking tiny, shed of a house, as these three-bed semis are in the UK. Like, for here, I was looking at this the other day. There is a village. There is an entire fucking village for sale in the Staroplanina Mountains, not too far away from me at all. That costs less than a 2-bedroom flat in Bristol. An entire village. 7 houses. 40 acres of land. Its own electricity substation. Its own water. Like, there's room for everyone. You should all come over. Butterfly love child. Yeah, it's godlike levels of persistence. But I'm also really stubborn. So, Let's have a look here. Librarian 322. Had to leave for a bit. Hope you didn't give advice on stellium and Aries with Saturn in there too. Cancer rising, Virgo moon. I did not. I had not seen your... I assume you put a message in there before about that. What kind of advice are you looking for? Because I think by and large, the advice is the same that I'll give to everybody at the moment, which is kind of lean into it all. Lean into the big go signs that have been given for all of the signs, and don't get distracted. Don't be distracted by what's going on outside. Like, don't fall into fear or despair or any of those things. It's time to step up. That's it. That's fucking epic. He's just fallen asleep. Swear to God. The man doesn't sleep, but when he does, falls asleep in like 15 seconds. It's absolutely terrifying. Childhood friend had baby goats in her kitchen and a trough that we swam in. Clearly not millennials. Were you born in the 80s by any chance? I grew up in the 80s. That's got a 1980s signature about it for sure. Yeah, Saya would put my partner on, but he's just literally just fallen. He's literally fucking asleep. He doesn't sleep. Like, I'm not joking, right? Sag doesn't sleep. If he's lucky, he manages about 3.5, 4 hours a night. I need considerably longer than that. But when he falls asleep, he goes, hey, they're gone. That's it. Quite envious of that. Once I'm asleep, I tend to stay there, though, which is good. He doesn't. Ooh, where are we at? Yeah, man. I mean, so I'm just reading what you've put here, Debbie, and Bugs Bunny. Like, it doesn't have to be like this. This is what I realised. Like, it doesn't have to be like this. And they will literally turn the screws on you until you say, I've had enough. Go. Like, that's it. I'm done. And I think there's something so... I don't know. I guess I'm practicing what I preach, right? No is a complete sentence. And if you've got good boundaries, not rules, good boundaries, there is a limit to what you'll put up with. And then you will remove yourself from that space. And that's exactly what I did. Right there. Merciful Mermaid, I just read your fucking code there. Now a truck full of goats is going to break down near Carrie's house and she will yell, are you fucking kidding me? That, word for word, that is exactly what will happen, and he will have manifested it. Him and Joni and all of you will have manifested it, and I'll be furious, be fucking livid. I won't. I'll just be like, oh god, right, we've got goats now. Sai, yes, he's extremely intuitive. His antenna's always tweaking. It's a life path 11 though, so you know, it's what it is. Ooh, Librarian 322. Life has been hell last 4 years, me being 5 planets and stellium. Yeah, Aries had the shit kicked out of them for a little while there. That was rough. A few signs have had the shit kicked out of them actually. So, trust. Trust that wherever you are right now, whoever you are right now, it's as a direct result of what you have been through here, and it's put you in a better place to be able to deal with what comes next. Trust that the towers are, at least the very personal towers, are done, and that you are okay to well, synthesize everything. Like I said in the Aries video, you're free to synthesize all of this experiences and get yourself in a point where you can lead. Like I said, like this same message that I'm getting is coming through for everyone. Like, lead, guide, teach. Like, put yourself out there because it's needed. It's needed right now. Yeah, I have a fairly dry sense of humour. Yeah, for sure. Ty's asked here if there's any advice on building confidence if your throat chakra has been blocked due to trauma and past life trauma. Here's a thing that I'll share with you. Something that I didn't even fucking notice until... God, until my Pisces daughter was probably about 11. So my Pisces daughter used to be non-verbal a lot. And it had just come from nowhere, and she'd that would be it. Like, there's just no more words would come out of her mouth for the rest of the day, and it wasn't until she started doing that I realised quite how much of my childhood I spent being non-verbal. It was a combination of the tism, but also trauma as well. And it was quite a shock because somehow I'd managed to excise that entirely from my mind. But it's a thing, and even now, occasionally, I will lapse into non-verbalism. My son does it as well, my youngest son. I would advise them the same thing, which is the same process that I've been through, and it's the same process that I've been through, you know, from the other side of the fence with my kids, and that is you have to keep talking. And if you're in a place where people don't want to listen, then talk to yourself. Like, just talk. It's that state of there being so many things rushing through your head that it's impossible to catch any of them, to be able to... It's like a severing between your brain and your throat. Like, there's loads of activity going on up here, and there's literally nothing coming out here. So just start practicing, literally saying it. I had to teach my kids how to do this, but I kind of had to teach myself how to do it the first time. And it's get good with saying things out loud, even if you're only saying them to yourself. Like, say them out loud. All of it. I've picked this up because I'm going to lob it at him if he starts snoring any louder than he is doing right now. It's like, don't dally around the problem, right? If you've had problems speaking up, the chances are that there are things that you don't even admit to yourself. And that's the first place to start. You start getting to the point where you can, like I said, if you don't have someone supportive around you that you can talk at, or even if you feel like you're not at the point where you can just start to speak to them, right? Because there's been this severance between mind and throat. Like, talk to yourself and start saying things out loud that you would not ordinarily say, and then hear yourself saying them, right? And then start almost like an investigation process of that, flipping backwards and forwards, you saying a thing and then you hearing the thing and reacting to the thing. Because I tell you what, when you do start to say things out loud, I mean, you can't say them to other people, you say them to yourself, it's wild how many things come up that you may not have accessed in any other way. There's a form of therapy, I forget what it's called, where essentially you interview yourself, right? So you have two chairs, and you sit in one chair and you ask a question, and then you stand up, turn around and sit in the other chair and answer the question, and then fire this backwards and forwards. And this interruption of movement where you turn around and sit down on each of the chairs, like, in your mind you are literally occupying a different position in this. It's a really powerful method to start getting in touch with bits of you that wouldn't ordinarily have something to say or have a voice or feel like it was able to say it. You're in a safe space because it's just you, and start saying these things aloud. Right? It's a bit like it's a bit like learning a language, full stop. Like, you can read as much of it as you like. If you're not actually saying the things, you are not engaging the language centers of your brain that are specifically developed to learn language. Like, you have to speak it, you have to hear it, and the more you speak it, the more you can understand, the more everything. That's fucking snoring. The same is true with the bits of you, you know. Because what trauma does is create maladaptive coping mechanisms. And sometimes the reason why these are so maladaptive is because we don't really see them when they're happening. They just happen. And then we react to the result of whatever that is. In this process of talking to yourself, whether or not you're flipping around in a chair or whatever, you're doing it in a safe space, you're doing it with you. These maladaptive coping mechanisms don't really get activated because your nervous system isn't getting activated in the same way. Does this make sense? That's how I would approach it. That's how I have approached it, for sure. Oh, fucking hell. There we go. Like, I thought I'd got to the bottom, and then it just I'm like, again, fucking hell. Ugh. Scroll back. Oh, thank you, Laurie. I do feel considerably more peaceful. Still alert, though. I'm saying that. Yes, there is a global market crash coming. I thought it would have happened already, to be honest. I'm quite surprised that it hasn't yet. But whatever happens in November, all hell's going to break loose. Doesn't matter which way it goes. Just so you know. Oof. The goat talking about goats. Bless you. Oi. Thank you, Mandy. That's very kind of you to say. I appreciate that. Right, Sai's moving to Bulgaria with his son. We become best friends forever. Lol, my long-term plan. I tell you what, whether or not you move to Bulgaria, you really should be looking around and seeing what you have in terms of community. Practical, resource-based community, but also spiritual, emotional community. Like whatever it is, whatever you can get your hands on. Like we need each other, and it's never been more important than it is right now. Oh, I fucking loved The Men That Stare at Goats. That was so fun. I read the book, years before, and then they made a film out of it. The film was actually I thought the film was quite good. Ayahuasca, yeah, I mean, that's good advice. I did that. Duh. Blew a hole in something. That was an experience. Estrangement in families are big these days. Any inkling as to why? Well, exactly. Families are the microcosm, right? The macrocosm is the fucking world. Well, you look how divided the world is right now. It doesn't matter which way you cut the cake. I was talking about this the other day. Was I talking about this to you, Sajid? It's a descent into tribalism, is what it is. And so everybody is picking a side, picking a part, right? And immediately rejected by people who are sitting on the other side of the fence because they've sided on this one. It's like the time of nuanced positions is gone. The time where we get to talk out from a perspective of interest in ideas and concepts that other people may hold is gone. It's been completely eradicated. So on the macrocosmic level, you're looking around at the world, and everybody's being set against each other in one way or another. When you bring it down to the family level, it is just simply an expression of that level of division. I think there's a lot of interference on the state and education level now. There's a lot of indoctrination that goes on. There's a lot of reactivity. The thing that breaks my shit the most is the amount of othering that goes on. Like I said, this point where intelligent debate, or even just the exploration of ideas between people, like it just does not exist anymore. And that means that nobody listens to anybody else's point of view. And it is, at this point, it seems unlikely, as things stand, that anyone would be open to changing their position. Because everything about the media and everything, what we are barraged with 24/7 is emotional stuff all the time. And it's playing into people's base emotions, right? Fear, envy. I'm not so old that I can't remember a time, right, where we had a group of friends who all had completely fucking different interests, voted for totally different political parties, had, super opposing views to other people on particular subjects, and yet we all managed to rattle along quite nicely. Because we just accepted that, there was that person in the group who was a bit weird and thought this, I think people judged a lot less in the not too distant past than they do right now. And the rise of things like the virtue signal, which pains me a lot. The rise of social media influencers and celebrities and people caring more about, you know, what important people think than what they actually think. People aren't thinking anymore. And so the division in families, the estrangement in families, is just a natural corollary of what's happening everywhere. Like, that's what I would say about that. Ty, any advice for Life Path 7 and Leos? More towers than I can count. Right, very first thing, you need to be outside a lot. You need to be out in nature. You need quiet time where you are away from people. You need solitude. You don't need to be a hermit, but you do need to carve out some time for yourself where you are just with yourself. You know, as a Life Path 7, you're here to look for answers for things and to push your own personal limitations. Whether or not you share that with people is entirely down to you, but it's about your growth. 7 should be interested in either science or the occult, right? You have aptitude in both. I think it's because they're actually one and the same thing. They're just different words for the same thing. But if you don't already, grab yourself a pack of tarot cards. At the very least, grab yourself a pack of tarot cards and start pushing into the esoteric. You're looking for answers. Well, you know, that's what you do. Inherently, you are looking for answers. So start engaging in things that may actually give you answers, right? Such as, you know, esoteric modalities. I mean, the focus is kind of on the unseen here with this one, right? But science can also do that for you to a degree, you know. Let's have a look. Astrology ambience. I was asked, how long did it take you to learn tarot for readings? Like, I had a deck donkeys years ago. Absolute donkeys years ago. And I can't say in any meaningful way I learnt it. I kind of read out of the book and I did all that sort of stuff. And then I put them down. And then in the intervening period I went to university and whatnot. And I've told this story before, I'll not tell it again. But for whatever reason I picked them up again in 2015. And I really applied myself. And I ground the shit. I was like a proper autistic person, like down the rabbit hole, which is what I tend to do with anything that I find really interesting. And then maybe it's about 18 months, really, but I didn't do a reading for anyone at all until April 2019. It's the first time I did a reading. I'd already set up the YouTube channel by then because of what we were talking about before. I'm being shouted at to do it. And so having done that, then it was 3 or 4 months later when I started actually uploading videos, and I did it so that I could have practice reading for people, because that's all YouTube was going to be, was just simply practice for reading for people. And then people started watching the videos and I shut myself. I did not like that at all. I think it's one thing to learn the meanings of the cards. It is an entirely different skill set, I think, to be able to weave that into something coherent thereafter. It's a bit like getting in a car and understanding that the steering wheel does this, and this pedal does this, and this pedal, this pedal makes you go, this pedal makes you stop, this pedal disengages the gearbox while you change gear into something else. It's quite a different skill to be able to put them all together. and then get on the road and actually learn the rules of the road and drive from A to B. And I don't know if there's any way, really. Yeah. I was going to say, I don't think there's really any way to learn how to do the tarot without the grind, that first grind. But then at the same time, I am an intuitive tarot reader, and I have shown cards to people, and they come up with, exquisite interpretations of them, not knowing what the standard meaning of the card is, just from what it inspires in them, and ultimately that's the art right there. So some people will tell you to throw away the little white book, and there's some there's some credibility in that position, because it forces you to lean into your intuition rather than resorting to looking up card meanings. But at the same time, if you're buying a deck that is not a mass market, reinvention of the wheel deck, like so many of the Waite-Smith reinterpretations are, then somebody's put their heart and soul in writing that little white book, and they want to share something with you. Sometimes that's the right thing to do, is to read that from cover to cover and really soak that in. Other times, sometimes the pictures just speak to you, Yeah, that's what I would think. Thai, yes, life path 7 it is a mental thing. It's a very intellectual number. So in numerology, the even numbers are overwhelmingly emotional, and the odd numbers are given to be intellectual, right? It's all about the intellectual exploration of stuff. So it's more air sign than it is water sign, let's put it that way. Keg left the UK in 2000, saw it coming in. There you go. Right. To be fair, I could definitely see it coming in 2000 as well, but I was never quite sure if it was going to hit in my lifetime. And then it did. Yeah. That's my son messaging me. What's this? I'm going to have to head off soon, people, because I've been here for 4 hours and I feel myself starting to nod. I'm just trying to catch up with what's going over here. There is a loss of critical thinking. Yeah, I find it infuriating, if I'm going to be honest. Yep, I completely agree with you, Merciful Mermaid. I think it's a lost art, and I don't think that it is lost because we mislaid it. I think it's lost because it's been deliberately not taught to people, and I find that very distressing. And in fact, the opposite has been encouraged. And so people are so emotionally wedded to ideas, whether it's because it's identifying with a group, right? There's kind of like group identity more than anything else. I think it really bothers me how victimhood is now social currency, and that's been coming on for a long time. It's slow and creeping and insidious, but it's here. And so, you know, what I was saying before about how important it was for me to live somewhere where, you know, if I don't take responsibility for my own personal shit, there are no fucking safety nets. And, like, I'm all about that. I'm all about that. That's it's not about having the courage of your convictions. It's about aligning. It's about standing in your fucking integrity at the end of the day. And I've been banging that drum since 2019 here on YouTube. Oh, if I could see there was a situation where I was not doing that and I didn't do anything about it, I'd have no right to sit up here and say anything. Anything at all. Just yes, I totally agree, Joni. That is 100% true. Like, once you other someone, once you dehumanize someone, you can completely disregard, at the very minimum, their point of view. I remember my ex-husband accusing me of raising particular talking points. And he just immediately dismissed what I said. I went, oh, that's sloppy. That's really fucking sloppy. Like, you wouldn't have done that 5 years ago. What happened to you that you would do that there? Once you dehumanize a group of people, there are no atrocities that are off the table. That's where we're at, and I don't like that. Don't like that at all. Global imploding for sure. Write a book, any book about anything. Again, it's the same as the thing with the creation of the deck. Like, I don't want to add to the noise of anything. If I've got something that I think is worthy of saying, I'll stick it in a book. But at the moment, I'm fairly certain that I don't really know anything. You know what I mean? I know nothing about anything at all. Socrates. Whoa, fuck. Just fucking update it again. Let's keep losing so many. I'm so sorry if I've not addressed any questions or comments that you've made. But the way that this chat updates, it's kind of difficult to keep in touch with it. Something. Oh, Kate, are we meeting up on November? Are we meeting up on November the 6th? That's awesome. We've got a lot to talk about. A lot to talk about. Laurie. Is it Lewandowski? Lewandowski? The energy of October does feel big, but I feel it's much clearer and sharper, not so much Neptune miss. 100%. I do. I think it's less the energy of the fog and more the energy of fireworks. Let's put it that way. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's true. That's always been true. I am too tough on myself. You have no idea the whipping that I give myself all the time about everything. I'm trying to be Charm, I'm not sure where you've jumped to that. That's an odd thing to observe. Minorities have received more government assistance and programs now set as migrants and replacing and get benefits. I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what you've drawn from what I said. I'm saying culturally, and this has been coming for a long time, I'm not talking about minorities, I'm not talking about migrants, I'm not actually talking about anything like that at all. What I'm talking about is there being a culture of wanting or expecting special treatment. This is not talking about this. I'm talking about across the board, where people say, my life is very hard, I deserve to this. There's a whole anti-work movement, which on one side of things, I think, yeah, like, you're right, we're here to do more than just this. But at the same time, saying I'm too special to have a job and everybody needs to look after me, not because I'm disabled, not because I'm this, not because I'm that, not because of anything other than I have decreed it to be so, seems to me to smack of a level of entitlement that I think is extremely regressive. Extremely regressive. We all, at the end of the day, if we're to be here and be what we actually are, which is spirits living a human existence, we have to take responsibility for ourselves. I feel that keenly in my soul. I don't think we get anywhere without that. And I think that's always been my position, and I don't think that there's anything controversial about that position. Indeed. So, yeah, well, it is now 11 minutes past midnight where I am. My Saj has been asleep for, what, half an hour now. I think he may have the right idea. So I am going to draw this to a close. Thank you so much for coming. I really appreciate all of you, and I have loved sitting with you here this evening. But I'm an old woman now, and I need my sleep. Fucking 44. 44, you know. Mind you, I feel twice that age. I'm fucking like fucking Methuselah. Ooh. So, yeah, like I said, thank you all so much for coming. Very much appreciate you. If any of you are thinking about coming and checking out, so just come and check it out for a month, see what you think. If you like it, stay. If you don't like it, it's not horribly priced. And it's not horribly priced for a reason, because I want as many people to come and be part of whatever it is. I'm not even sure what it is, but it feels special and it feels important. So, I'm going to go. Like I say, I've been feeling myself fading for a little bit here, and the coffee's long since worn off. So, no, Ty, 9th of August 1980. But very close indeed. Close enough for us to be 1980s Leos, which is cool. Oh, bless you all. You're all so sweet. Thank you. It's been an honour to sit in your company today, and I've really enjoyed talking to you all. If I wasn't fucking knackered, I'd sit here for a little bit longer. 6-hour live streams have not been uncommon in the past. I mean, fuck me, I've gone over 4 hours. 4 hours this time. I was like, partner went, how long are you going to be on this evening? I was like, if I say an hour, I might well be off in 2, right? And he was like, alright, let's see how it goes. We've seen how it's gone. So, all right. Take care. Enjoy the rest of the day, whatever it is that you are doing, and mayhap see you again soon. All right. Good